Our new logo of an iceberg is not just an advertisement for our unique geographic attraction. It symbolizes the iceberg model of culture by Edward Hall, who suggested that if the culture of a society was the iceberg, only about 10% of the berg is visible above the water. The bulk of the iceberg is hidden beneath the surface. We educators of the language are all familiar with the analogy of the iceberg, and it is our job to pass on this cultural theory to our students and the broader society, so we all learn to appreciate and understand each other instead of staying away and guarding against each other. The past 3 years has seen unprecedented growth in newcomer population in our province. A lot of them are from war-affected countries, such as Syria, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. The province has made a great endeavor in supporting these newcomers in all aspects of their new lives. We will get a glimpse of such efforts through the speakers coming next, from representatives of the Ministry of Education, the Settlement Service, and the K-12 sector, where many of our members are affiliated. We are honored to have received a video message from the Minister of Education, the Honorable John Hagee. Mr. Liu Echeverry, as the Director of Language Services, will speak right after, followed by Mr. Sheldon Berry, who is the Provincial Lead in Multiculturalism at Newfoundland and Labrador English School District. I thank you all again for being here with us today and tomorrow. And okay, let's play the Minister Hagee's video address. Where is our, okay. Let's give it a minute. The video. As you can see, things are a little bit, the last time our conference was online, it seemed to be easier. And this year with the hybrid mode, right? So we have to prepare for both. It's just a triple workload for everyone.
So we're getting the video in a minute. Sorry about that.
Shall we count?
Is the screen turned on?
Yeah, I will turn on the screen. Can we start with the next speaker and then get the video, like at the end of after Leo and Sheldon, because now the connections with the laptops is terrible, so the internet is not such a good.
Okay.
So can we start with Sheldon and Leo first?
I think it's hooked up to my computer at the moment.
Yeah.
All right. So a little bit of a technical glitch here. So we will reverse the order. We'll have Leo, and then Sheldon, and we'll play the minister's video next.
Good morning, everyone.
And welcome to those who are here in person and those who are online. So welcome to our language learning school here that we call LINK. A special welcome to our two fabulous keynote speakers at this conference, Dr. Jim Cummins, Professor Emeritus at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education at the University of Toronto. Welcome. Who will be presenting to us in person today. And Donald Moen, President of TESL Canada, who will be presenting virtually, I believe, tomorrow. So it is our pleasure here at LINK to host this conference, which is aptly named Teaching ESL Through the Pandemic, Reflections and New Realities. During COVID, we found ourselves in front of a screen for classes, seminars, meetings, social events. Our instructors were focused on making sure our students received the best learning experiences in these unprecedented times. We're almost at the other end, almost. We found ourselves learning about new technologies and how to use Google Meet, Zoom, and other platforms. I remember the first time I saw Google Meet in March of 2020, and to be quite honest with you, I didn't know what that platform was about at the time. I remember vividly at a school, and I was afraid to do anything, click a button, because I didn't know if I was speaking or they were hearing me. I remember that feeling of new learning. And now, Google Meet to me is like a phone call. So that's how quickly things change and how we adapt. So now post-COVID, we are very adept at using technology. We understand how we can keep our students engaged in learning even after class time and even during class time. So we learned a lot, and we learned that as teachers, we are all lifelong learners. So perhaps COVID was almost a good thing to happen to us in education. And some people would argue that it's perhaps one of the most important things to ever happen in education, to spur the use of technology, not just for ESL teaching, but of course for teaching and education in general. But that's another conference. So today, this conference is an opportunity to reflect on our successes and focus on how we can improve our teaching methodologies and practices to better serve our students. Our new reality is indeed exciting and a little daunting, as we are seeing a tremendous increase in newcomers to our province and country. This year alone, for instance, we have assessed more than 700 clients here at this school. 700. The previous number was 200 and something. So that tells you about a tremendous increase. Our current student population is 264, which is way up from what we used to, and it's going to keep going up. We just need more space. So if anybody out there has an extra building you want to give us, please see me after I'm finished speaking. So here at LINK, we have, just to give you an idea of what we offer to our adult learners. So we have Canadian language benchmark levels from pre-benchmark up to CLB level 8 now. We have two locations, two campuses, one here, one at Lower Tiffany. We have a seniors program, which is not CLB based, but it's based on conversational English and helping them integrate to the community, which we're really proud of. We have an ABE class starting soon, and there'll be an ABE level 1 class that we hope to start out next week. We have itinerant and online instruction. We have our own employment instruction and counseling person here at LINK as well. We do see CELTEP preparation and IELTS preparation. We offer CELTEP preparation courses. We have evening classes that take place on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday here from 7 to 9, and they're very well attended. We have 3 daycares. So if anyone comes in here during the daytime, and some of you who work here, you know this, the noise of learning is quite apparent when you come in and you see all these little people running around with their parents. So it's quite nice. So it's a very busy, exciting, sometimes challenging place to work, let's be honest. But it's, if anyone listened to the story yesterday of the Ukrainian student we have and on CBC radio and talking about her experience here in Newfoundland, Labrador, I think if you want to take 10 minutes out of your day and go to the CBC radio and download that. It's a very, very heartwarming story as one of our teachers put it today. And I think we're really proud of our own way we help in that respect. So getting back to our conference, this conference highlights the clear and present need for quality ESL or EAL instruction. I know that each session or presentation you attend over the next 2 days will give you a better understanding of the challenges we see in teaching EAL, ESL, and provide multiple strategies to meet those challenges. Our mission here at the Association for New Canadians is to settle and integrate newcomers and to empower them with the skills, knowledge, and information necessary to become independent contributors of the community and country. Good morning, Dr. Hackey. Helping newcomers achieve their language goals is vital to their future success as they become part of the Canadian community. That's how we get. So their success is our success, and the people who teach ESL, you know what I mean about their success is our success, because it's an intrinsic feeling that when you see an adult or a child, whatever grade level, learn English for the first time, it's something that you can't put a word on. It's a feeling you get, and that's what makes I think working here so. I've been here 3 months, but it's so profound and heartwarming to see the people and the way they respond to the help we give them, and that's what's the most important thing. Yes, we give them quality instruction, absolutely, but we do it with a heart and soul. That's what makes this place and EAL teaching in particular so rewarding. I hope that you all benefit from this conference and then bring back this new learning and apply it to your teaching. I would like to thank the TEAL Newfoundland Organizing Committee for their invitation to host this conference and for giving me the opportunity to welcome all of you to our school. I hope you all have a wonderful conference, and I look forward to listening and learning from conference presenters and participants. So take care. Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Haggey's around the line.
Thank you very much for the invitation to your virtual and hybrid conference of teachers of English as an additional language. This kind of conference would never have been something we had before the pandemic, and whilst it was certainly a challenge and continues to be a challenge in some areas, one of the things that came out of it was new ways of connecting, and it's really handy for people like me who have schedules that don't always coincide with yours. So it's great to be here, and again, thank you very much for the invitation. English as an additional language is crucial in this province. We've seen significant success with our immigration and growth strategies beyond our targets that we set some years ago. And the ability for these new arrivals to integrate better, to enjoy what Newfoundland and Labrador has to offer, to contribute, to learn as K-12 students and then as postgraduate students. This is all dependent on attaining those language skills which you deliver. We are, in a way, victims of our own success. We have, very recently in Metro alone, added 8 new positions for English as an additional language to help deal and recognize the increase in numbers that we've seen with immigrants over and above what we have had projected. Certainly in my own district in Gander, working with the Association of New Canadians there, we've seen a significant increase in both K-12 and adults who need such services to learn English and to be able to take the benefits out of the K-12 system. So I hope your weekend of study and discussion and networking is enjoyable. and profitable. I wish you well, and from my point of view as Minister of Education, please be aware that we really value the contribution you're making to integrating and helping new Canadians in this province. Have a good weekend. Stay safe.
Well, thank you very much, Leo, for the inspiring and informative talk. Now I would like to welcome Sheldon Berry, Colin Shirley, Multiculturalism, who's going to speak on behalf of an English School District. Welcome, Sheldon.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invite. Leo and I have a long history together, so it's not surprising that he jumped up and jumped in there first. And some of his commentary, I'm wondering if he still have access to my shared drive, because we have a lot of similar stories to tell. But Leo would say he's my former direct boss, and I would say he's my next in-line supervisor. But his children went to Holy Heart, and one of them is still there. We have a lot of history together, so I was so happy when he said he was, not that he was retiring, but in 3 days after he retired, he was coming to work here, so I thought that is absolutely exceptional, and it's great to see him again. Good morning to everybody. I am very new in this job. My former life was the last decade at Holy Heart as a principal, and many people in here, it's one of those interesting things. My first week I spent at the Comfort Inn, my very first day, actually. Lunchtime, I left and I said, I have to go figure out what I'm doing here. And I went up and I visited some of our newcomers at the hotel, and I thought, this is going to be a tremendous learning experience, and I'm only 3 hours into my new role. But as Dr. Haggie had alluded to, this is a very exciting time in education for us. And I started on day one, and I got my staff list, and it said, you're going to have 30 itinerants working across the province, and I'm 8 weeks in, and now we're at 45. And we have an open line for more as more students arrive. So as a data piece, I guess very short, so since May the 1st, we've had over 600 newcomers that are enrolled in the K-12 system in Newfoundland. That is staggering. I was at Holy Heart, and there's 1,200, and it seemed like a massive city in one building. So 600, if they were in one building, would be larger than 98%, I think, of the populations of the largest schools in the province. And Amani, who's texting me 16, 17 times a day with new students arriving. Yesterday, 4 more new students arrived. So we're constantly growing. And, you know, as I was preparing this morning, we're trying to reflect back on how we got here. And I say we, because education is not a me, it's not a you, it's really a we thing. And I can't get past March 2020. I just can't remember what life was like before then. And we were all at a massive conference at the holiday. And 3 days later, everything changed. And, you know, there's an asterisk in history for March 2020. And, you know, many of our EAL students, we know, came to our schools and came to Newfoundland and settled in our province and had huge educational gaps, which is what we're all about. How do we narrow the gap? And at that time, when I was principal, the first couple of days, teachers are calling home, collecting data, who had internet, who didn't, who had devices, who didn't, how was Bell going to get Wi-Fi devices, all kinds of things. I had no idea half the memos I was reading what they meant. But it was all in the name of how do we connect everybody. And there's no secret that at Holy Heart, in my world, the largest group of people that were disadvantaged during the global shutdown would be our newcomers. They really, really had another gap in front of them, not unlike the rest of the world, but it just exponentially changed things for them. But what struck me the most about that was really the resiliency. And I always, anytime I speak to a student, and you know, we got paid through this, and we still struggle as adults. But students didn't. They had to get up out of their beds, and they had to come online, and they were told to wear masks. They were told not to wear masks. They were called hybrid, not hybrid. Come to school, don't go to school. If your name is A to Z, come mornings, don't come in the afternoons. There is a bus. You all can't sit next to each other. You certainly can't go out for lunch. And if you do, got to be with your class. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, and I often think about students as a maple tree in Newfoundland. I think about how hard the wind could really blow, yet the next morning the tree still stands. And that's how I feel about students. And that's how I really feel about a lot of our newcomers. They came back, and they came back with smiles, and they came back as if nothing happened. And we have aged 50 years in 2 years. I see Leo a little grayer than me, so I might play on that a little tiny bit. But it is amazing, and you know, there was a lot of challenges, and there still is challenges. There's all kinds of research, and I'm so excited that Dr. Cummings is here, because there's a lot of challenges around the educational gap. You know, I don't see the education as being the big problem. I see the social connections that were lost and you know, it was only really late last year that we started to see the spark in kids again in schools. They were outside doing things, and we were very deliberate. We had hot dogs, we had concerts outside. We try to do everything. It's like, come on, wake up again, and realizing they're teenagers. That they probably don't want to do all the stuff the adults do for them. But it took a while for them to come back again. But they came back, and they're back in spades now. And you know, the growth that we're seeing, as Dr. Haggie alluded to, it's unprecedented, really, in anybody's career. And you know, I would be remiss not to mention Bonnie Woodland. And Bonnie was in this job for a long time. And she worked more hours than most people in the room in a given week. And she created policies, she created the perfect storm scenario with Martha and a lot of the groups around. If we got what we needed, this is what we want. And guess what? Here we are. And the government are stepping up, and they're providing the extra resources. And all of that means great things for our students, because it means more time spent with people who are trained to shorten the gaps, and it means more resources in the school system. So that is, you know, it's a government thing, and it's really, you know, if Dr. Haggie were here, I would tell him, like, the ability to continue to feed resources has to go hand in hand with the immigration strategy. And we're seeing that in education, and that is a great thing. And, you know, change is hard. You know, as Dr. Bruce Shepard said to me when I first had my first day as a principal at Mount Pearl 19 years ago, he said, Sheldon, education is a school bus. You're either on it or you're in front of it, but it's going ahead. And I use that analogy a lot, but it's real. We are moving, and you're either with us or you're not, but we're still going ahead. And I'm very happy to be on that ride in this role. So I do want to thank Suzanne for the invitation, and for your work at Brother Rice over the years, and now in this capacity. So I want to hope everyone has a great conference, and thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you very much, Sheldon, for your communicative talk and the fact that you and Leo both mentioned about the educational gap in the field. Now we welcome Susan Fitzpatrick and actually ask her to introduce our first keynote speakers, Dr. Cummings. Susan?
Good morning, everyone. The first thing I'd like to do before I introduce Jim is to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territories of the extirpated Beothuk people and the Mi'kmaq. They lived here for generations, and if anybody questions whether colonialism in Canada has resulted in genocide, the answer is very clearly yes when it comes to the Beothuk. Also, Labrador is the traditional homeland of the Innu and the Inuit, and now we are really quite blessed to have in St. John's all of those peoples living in a very thriving, vibrant community. Now, to introduce Jim. Full disclosure, Jim is a very close friend of mine. No, I never ever took a course with Jim. I know Jim because of the connection with his beautiful wife, Yana, who's in the back row. We started our teaching career at an inner city school in Toronto, full of immigrant and refugee students many years ago. So I first met Jim at his home. And being a friend of Jim's, yes, I've been aware of his work and read his articles and read some of his major theories. But I never really truly appreciated just how much he's penetrated the world of training for ESL teachers until I was at an ESL Learn Teacher meeting here. And that was about, I guess, 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And this spontaneous conversation erupted, and everybody was talking about Jim Cummins, Cummins this, Cummins that, Cummins Quadrant. And I was just sort of taking it all in, and I'm like, wow, like, Jim's really famous listening to this group. And, you know, I said to them, I said, wow, you know, he's a personal friend of mine. Like, I'm just really impressed with how thorough your knowledge is of his work and how important he's been to you in your formation as a teacher. And they're all like, oh, wow, you know Jim Cummins. And the next time I spoke to Jim, I said, Jim, you are like a rock star. Like, you should have heard these women talking about you, Jim. But when it comes to well-known, globally influential academics, Jim is probably the most humble, down-to-earth human you will ever meet. And all of his work is rooted in promoting and respecting the rights of the language learner, the rights of the child. And as an academic, he's also constantly been going into schools and listening to teachers and observing teachers. And he's somebody who's very connected to the real world of what goes on in the classroom. We are so lucky to have him here with us today. When I moved back home to St. John's 18 years ago, I kept saying to Jim and Yana, come visit, come visit. So I'm so blessed that the conference has gone ahead in the flesh and we now have Jim Cummins. And even though the weather has turned cold, please, let's give Jim a very warm welcome. Jim.
Thank you. Give me a moment just to hook up my stuff here. I think what is said on the screen there is ironic smart. We're all dumb when it comes to technology. Maybe it may not have been in. Yeah. Okay, hopefully we're in business now. Thank you, Suzanne, for that very kind introduction. I think if you had been in my class, you might not have done that well because, you know, we interacted so much over many, many years, and you learned almost nothing from me. And it's probably due to too many beers or glasses of wine being consumed. But anyway, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Let me thank the organisers of TEAL Newfoundland for the invitation. I apologise for the Newfoundland Tessel on the screen. I'm out of date. I didn't realise the name had been changed, but I fully endorse the move to look at what we're doing is adding additional languages rather than assuming that it's going to be a second language. I'm ashamed to say, but this is the first time I've been in Newfoundland. I've been in Canada for more than 50 years, and I've always wanted to come here, but through my incompetence, I never managed to make it. But I remember the first time, I remember vividly the day when I decided I've got to come to Newfoundland. That was literally about 50 years ago. I'd come from Ireland, I was born in Ireland, and I went to Edmonton to do graduate work in the early 70s. I spent 5 frozen years of my life out there. Because in Ireland, as probably most of you know, it very rarely gets below 0 in terms of temperature. So I experienced minus 40 and nearly lost my nose one evening there. But I remember when I got there, one of the first things I did was to look around to buy a car. Because I'd learned how to drive. I had a driving license. I had learned how to drive on my aunt's little mini Minor, which is a car about this size. And so naturally I bought the biggest car that I could find, a Plymouth station wagon. And so I was driving from where I was staying into the university one morning, and I was listening to CBC, and Peter Zosky was on. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember Peter Zosky, but he was the kind of the morning person on CBC. And he was interviewing this woman who was talking about fish recipes. And my first reaction was, I'm not interested in fish recipes, let me find another channel. But there was nothing that was any more interesting than that. And then I clicked in, hey, this woman sounds like she's Irish. Because virtually all of what she was saying could have come from the west of Ireland. But there was 1 or 2 phonemes that were different. And so I was intrigued. So I managed to find a parking spot and spent the next 20 minutes listening to the rest of this interview because I just wanted to find out, where is this person from? And of course she was from Newfoundland. And that was one of the first inklings I had of the history of Newfoundland and who the people who would come to Newfoundland were. I was growing up in a very insular society in Ireland. I didn't know much about Canada. I knew even less about Newfoundland. But I'd spent 2 summers working in the United States, and Canada was just kind of this big appendage up there that probably wasn't that much different from the States, and that was how ignorant I was at the time. But I decided on that day, when I listened to this woman, wasted 20 minutes of my time just to find out where she was from, I've got to go to Newfoundland. And due to my own incompetence, it's taken 50 years for me to get here. So thank you to all who've helped make this possible. What I'd like to do in the session today, we've got a couple of hours, or best part of a couple of hours. I've got a few things that I want to say. I've got them on the PowerPoint, which you'll all have access to later on. But I'll try to break it up at a couple of points, just so that we can have some dialogue rather than kind of waiting until the last 20 minutes to do that. So, and if there's anybody of those of you who are sitting in your pajamas and slippers watching this online, then please feel free to enter material into the chat or whatever, however it might be, and I'll see if I can address those issues too. I'm a little bit out of practice in terms of speaking at a podium in front of real people, because the last time I did it was about 3 years ago, and since then I've been doing a lot of, as we all have, online presentations and meetings. And again, you know, what you see below, what you see above the neck is not what you see below the neck. So I feel a little bit strange. It's the first time I've worn this jacket for about 4 years or so. Anyway, it's what you see in the title of what I'm going to talk about is multilingualism and learning, developing whole school policies to promote language and literacy development. And basically, the major point that I want to try and make is that if we're going to address the needs of newcomers, it's got to be a whole school process. The mindset in Canada, as well as many other places around the world, in dealing with newcomers, has been that, okay, we'll hire more ESL teachers or language specialist teachers, and they'll deal with the problem. And the rest of the school often stays just as it was and expects the ESL teacher to work magic in the year or year and a half that she or he might have with the students, and then suddenly we can treat them as normal people, and they'll learn just the same way as everybody else does. We know from our experience that that doesn't happen. It may happen in a small percentage of cases, but it's only when the whole school is on the same page that we're going to really make the kind of progress that we want. Sorry, just... Just trying to figure out how we... Okay, there we go. Oops. Sorry. Okay. Okay, this is a book that was published by two ESL specialists in the Toronto District School Board, Fran Parkin and Felicity Sidnall. And the title says it all. ESL is everybody's business. And this is a message I'd like everybody to try and internalize and take away, because we'll do far more with our students. We'll achieve much more for them and for us if everybody's on the same page. And if everybody has a basic knowledge of what's the research that's relevant out there and what do we do about that. And so what I'd like to try and do is provide what I hope is an evidence-based framework and very specific instructional strategies as a foundation for creating school-based language policies and or action plans. And so this implies, obviously, that school leaders, school principals, have got to be part of the discussion. And I know in Ontario, in Toronto, that's still not the case in many cases. It's still a mindset, particularly at the secondary level, of ESL teachers will take care of the issues. And it's not easy to convince a teacher who sees his or her role as teaching mathematics or teaching science to also see that they're teaching language. And just because a student may not have fully caught up in terms of their academic English skills, that doesn't mean that they can't learn science, that they can't learn math. And so there's a mindset issue that we need to put on the table for whole school discussions. And part of the reality of that is that there are no off-the-shelf solutions to many of the issues that teachers face in highly diverse schools. So this means that teachers have to be problem solvers and knowledge generators. We've got to create the knowledge through our practice in our schools. And again, this has got to be a collaborative process. So let me just see if this... Sorry. Okay. So the first section, and I'll stop for a few moments after this, just open it up and talk about what I've been saying. What does the research say? What do we know about English language and literacy development among multilingual learners? Okay, the first distinction that I think is important for everybody to grasp is that when we're talking about learning English, it's not a unidimensional process. There's a distinction between the kind of English that we use in everyday conversational situations and the kind of English that we want our children to know or to develop in school. We all know this. We know that when we send our 4-year-old kids or 5-year-old kids to school, they may be totally fluent speakers of English. But we expect the school over the next 12 years to expand that knowledge into a much broader range of functions and things that students can do with language. Obviously, learning how to read is part of that, learning how to write is part of that. We know that that doesn't happen in 6 months or a year. Reading skills, writing skills develop over the course of the entire school process. And so when we look at this distinction, the reason that we need to make this is because when we look in the past, there's been the perception that just because a student after grade 1 or grade 2 seems to be speaking English fluently, that they have learned English. So English is not the problem anymore. So when this child is not learning to read as fast as we would want him to learn or want her to learn, then we wonder, does this child have some kind of special education need? Do we need to look more closely at what's going on with this child? And then what has happened in the past is the child gets referred for psychological assessment, and the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children or whatever other test is being used is administered. And we find there's a big gap between what the child can do non-verbally, what they call the performance score, and the verbal score. And this has often been interpreted as an index or an indication of a learning problem or learning disability. And I'm saying that because this distinction between conversational and academic language proficiency came from an analysis I was able to do back in Alberta when we had a conference. I was working in a centre that was focused on learning disabilities and learning handicaps. And we had a conference for the 2 school boards in Edmonton. And I got talking to the psychologists or psychoeducational consultants, I think as they were called, from one of the school boards after the talk I gave. And they were saying, look, we have an issue here we'd like to talk to you about. We're getting a lot more students coming in from Latin America, from Europe, and we're not sure exactly whether the tests that we're using are valid for these students. And students are being referred, and we'd like to talk to you about it. And so we talked a little bit, and then I had an epiphany the next night when I realized that they've been testing all of these students for years. There's a ton of data in their files with all of the teacher referral forms, all of the psychological assessments that were done on these students. So I went to the head psychologist and talked to her about, essentially, would you let me go and do a fishing expedition and see what's there? Like, you've been collecting these data, and let's see what we can learn from it. And I would, in current times, I would never have got within 1,000 miles of those files. But this was a more naive time, a more innocent time in lots of ways. And they said, that sounds like a great idea. And so I was able to analyze more than 400 teacher referral forms and psychological assessments of students who were learning English as an additional language. And a lot of interesting things came out of it. Number one, there was a big difference in the average scores between students' non-verbal abilities, their performance scores, which were kind of on average in the mid to low 90s, with the mean or the average as 100. But on verbal scores, they were in the 70s, high 70s, low 80s. So there was a big gap there. And then secondly, it was very clear that there was a difference among the psychologists who were doing these tests in terms of to what extent they took account of the fact that there may be language differences operating here. In some cases, the teacher in the referral form didn't even mention any ESL issue because the student seemed like he or she was fluent in English. And you'd see entrances in the psychologist's notes, called up Mrs. Rodriguez to give her some information about her child's psychological assessment. Turns out Mrs. Rodriguez doesn't speak any English. And so English is probably the child's second language, and so this may have something to do with the results, but it wasn't taken into account at all. And so what this indicated was that children, particularly younger children, can very quickly pick up the phonology of the language they're hearing around them. They can pick up the basic vocabulary, the basic lingo that's used on the playground, and they may sound like native-speaking English speakers. But that doesn't mean that they've caught up in all aspects that are tested academically or being taught academically. And so teachers were seeing that these children were not making the kind of progress that they would expect, and then immediately thought, well, this child may have a learning issue, let's check that out. And then the psychologists varied in their sensitivity to this as a possible issue because, again, there was no research on any of this at this point. They knew nothing much about bilingual development, second language development. And so this distinction came from that classroom and school reality. And so when we're talking about conversational fluency, we're talking about the ability to carry on a conversation in familiar face-to-face situations. And we know in face-to-face situations, there's all kinds of ways in which the meaning gets communicated in addition to the language itself. There's facial expressions, there's gestures, eye contact, there's the immediate situation that we can point to. So the language, that's how we all learned our language, from picking up meanings in concrete situations and then correlating that with the language being used. And what we're talking about is the kind of language that's developed by the vast majority of native speakers of any language, roughly by the time they come to school at age 4 and 5. They're all fluent native speakers, not they're all, but if they don't have any kind of learning impediment or language impediment, then they're native speakers of their language. But we're talking about only a thin sliver of the language. We're talking about the use of high-frequency words and relatively simple, straightforward grammatical constructions. And what the research shows is that in many situations, in most situations, students learning the school language, newcomers, typically require, on average, a ballpark figure, maybe between 1 to 2 years, to attain reasonable fluency in everyday situations. And phonology may be one of the first things that certainly younger children acquire. But when we look at the language of schooling, we're talking about knowledge of less frequent vocabulary. We're talking about the knowledge of the vocabulary of subject matter, as well as the ability to interpret and produce increasingly complex written language. So the language of print is integral to what we talk about in school. And even though when we're talking about, when we're interacting with students and trying to get across concepts and ideas, we will often use a simpler language to explain more complex concepts and ideas that are expressed in the textbook or in the broader society in much more complex ways linguistically. So we're talking about things like frequent use of passive voice and things like nominalization, where we make an abstract noun, like say acceleration or fluctuation, out of a verb or sometimes an adjective. And we hardly ever use the passive voice when we're talking face-to-face. So, you know, if you're in a social situation, if you're having a glass of wine or beer or a cup of coffee with friends afterwards, you keep on using the passive voice, you probably are not going to be part of that community for very much longer. And then the last point here is really central to everything I'm going to say. We find academic language in two places. We find it in classrooms and we find it in print. Okay? So because it's found primarily in books rather than in everyday conversation, extensive reading is critical in enabling students to catch up. And if we have students who are trying to catch up to where native speakers are, in other words, newcomer students or second language learners, then extensive reading is a powerful way for them to accelerate the catch-up process. So this is again, talking about icebergs. I'm going to be talking about a lot of icebergs, following our fearless leader here who introduced the notion of the iceberg. But this is a pyramid or an iceberg that was developed by a well-known vocabulary researcher called Isabel Beck and her colleagues. And other people have different variations of this, but they're all basically the same kind of thing, where they divide vocabulary knowledge into 3 tiers. The bottom tier is what I'm calling conversational fluency. We're talking about high-frequency words used in everyday conversations. The second tier is general academic vocabulary that is found in academic texts and found right across the curriculum. So we might have a word like investigate, which we're going to find in science, we're going to find probably in math, we're going to find in other areas too. And so these words are really important because they're high utility words. We find them across the curriculum. And then the third tier are more technical words that we find in specific subject areas. So you're not likely to find a word like molecule in a social studies text. unless somebody is trying to be really insulting. And you're not likely to find democracy in a science text. Maybe you would, but not the same way. So the words are kind of specific to particular subject areas. Let me give you an example of this. I pulled these out a number of years ago from a social studies text. It was a text in the United States. It was for high school or grade 5 students, and it was a unit on the American Revolution. So these are 11-year-old children, and they were expected to learn these words that they would never have come across before, like amend. How often have any of us used words like amend, except to our teenage children, amend your ways, young man, or else. But induced, inference, skirmish. These are words that, if you look at them for a moment, they all come from a particular source. They all come, virtually all of them, come from Latin and Greek sources. And one of the really interesting things about the nature of the English language is that it's a hybrid language. The words that we use in everyday conversation come primarily from Anglo-Saxon sources. And this is because the people who lived in what's now England, roughly between the 5th century and the 11th century, were the northern European tribes, the Angles and the Saxons, who migrated there. In 1066, William the Conqueror decided he liked the way England was, or what became England was, and the Normans invaded from Norman France. And naturally they brought their language with them, which was a variety of Old French, based heavily on Latin and to a lesser extent Greek. And over the next 5 centuries or so, the two languages merged to give us what we now call English. But they didn't merge evenly across all domains and functions of the language. The language of the everyday people, the peasants, most of whom were not educated, most of whom were not literate, remained the language of the Angles and Saxons, the Anglo-Saxon language. And typically these words are one-syllable or sometimes two-syllable words when two one-syllable words are put together. So they're relatively short words, they're high-frequency words, they're the words of everyday conversation. But the words that the vocabulary and grammatical constructions that the Normans brought in became the language of high-status functions in the society. The Normans were the ruling class. So they controlled the courts, it was their children who became educated, so the language of education tended to be Latin or based on Latin. Latin was obviously the language of the church up to that point. So high status functions in the society and those associated with literacy remained very much infused with Latin and Greek based vocabulary. And that, incredibly, that's still the case today. Like that distinction has maintained itself. And that has huge implications for how we teach language. Because a lot of the Latin and Greek-based words follow particular patterns. If you just skim through some of these, you'll see a word like consultation, where you've got a verb, consult. You've got a particular suffix, the tion suffix. Often there'll be a prefix, like the word predict. Pre is a prefix meaning before. So you've got patterns in here that students need to know about. And a lot of these words have the roots appear in multiple words in ways that is not necessarily the case with the Anglo-Saxon vocabulary. So we can talk a little bit more about that later. But when we look at the research that is relevant to what we're talking about, I mentioned the findings from the psychological assessment study where I went on that fishing expedition and some interesting things came out. When I moved to Toronto from Edmonton in 1979, and one of the things I was able to do was reanalyze data from the Toronto Board of Education, where they had done a survey of 25% of the students in the school boards, 25% of the students in grades 5, 7, and 9. And in some of their analyses, they broke out children from immigrant backgrounds who were learning English as an additional language. And they didn't really analyze this very carefully, but I was able to go in and play around with the data a little bit and look at the effect of length of residence on students' learning of English. And so what you have here is the PVT stands for Picture Vocabulary Test. Thanks. So this is a test of academic vocabulary, essentially. LOR is length of residence, and AOA is age on arrival. And so, and the 0 there is the average for the whole sample. And these are standard deviation units down at the in the vertical axis. So it's the same as, say, a typical IQ test or standard score, where you've got a mean of 100 and a standard deviation of 15. What you're seeing here is that students who've been in Canada for 1 year, the LOR1, are about 1.5 standard deviations below the mean. So that's the equivalent of maybe 22, 23 standard score points. After 3 years, they've caught up to 1 standard deviation below. That's still 15 points below after 3 years of learning English, being immersed in a total English environment. It's taken 5 to 7 years, on average, for students to get close to grade norms, to get to within half standard deviations. And this was, I think, surprising to a lot of people, because they figured that, okay, well, students learn to speak English pretty fast, within 1.5 years. And they were not aware that there's still this big gap. And if a student is lucky, she or he may have ESL support for a year, 1.5 years, say, in a Toronto situation. But then they're in the regular classroom with no additional support. And if the classroom teacher does not realize that some of the strategies that we use to support students in ESL classes, like scaffolding, like being very clear in our explanations, and various other things that I'll get into in a moment, that these strategies are not just for ESL, they're strategies that all teachers need to have. And so part of the reason I'm emphasizing a whole school approach is that unless all the teachers and the leaders in the school are aware of this, then we won't provide the kinds of supports that students need. And there'll be big differences. Some students may catch up really fast, others may lag behind for quite a long time. But these data have been replicated in studies in the United States, other studies in Canada, studies in Israel, studies in the UK. And they've been around for more than 40 years. And so they have big implications for what we do in our schools. The last thing I'll talk about before I stop, it comes back to icebergs. And in a different way from the cultural iceberg that we heard about. This was this came from the same kind of reasoning, where there was a sociolinguist, a person called Roger Shuy, S-H-U-Y, who talked about language proficiency being like an iceberg, where the surface features, the part that's above the water, are only a small fraction of what's really important in terms of what's below the surface, what we don't actually see. And below the surface, you have the academic type skills, the ability to use language efficiently and coherently in a variety of different situations, in writing situations, in all of the kind of registers of language that students will be required to display competence in as they go through the grades. And he and I were on a panel together in, I guess it was probably very early 80s. And he was talking about this, and it suddenly occurred to me that, hey, if we could think of language proficiency as an iceberg, then we could think of bilingual proficiency as a double iceberg, where even though the surface features of the two languages are different and distinguishable, at an underlying level, there's a lot of overlap or interdependence among the two languages, so that there's connections across languages. This is very obvious if we talk about, say, a language like English and Spanish, where the Spanish is a Romance language. Many of the academic words in English that come from Latin and Greek have cognates with Spanish. But it's more than that. It's overlap in terms of concepts. For example, if a child comes into a Newfoundland classroom in, let's say, grade 3 or grade 4, and she has learned how to tell the time. She knows how the analog clock works, which is a challenge for teenagers these days. But like she knows there's 60 seconds in a minute, there's 60 minutes in an hour. And so she knows that. She doesn't have to learn that all over again in English. She's got the concept. And so there's overlap and interdependence at a conceptual level. It's really important. There's other aspects too, phonological awareness in the early stages of learning to reading. There's a lot of overlap across languages. But what this means is that children's home language is not irrelevant. Okay? The more children continue to develop their home language, the more they develop literacy in that language to the extent that that's possible, the better the foundation they have for adding English to that, for building on that. And so there's ways in which we can connect with parents to help make that happen. Because parents don't know any of this research, or most of them don't. And if you've got a situation that we heard about earlier on, it was Leo, is it, you're talking about it, where you've got childcare centres in the schools where the adults are learning English, you've got huge potential to educate parents about some of these issues. And to have as one of the focus, one of the themes, childcaring, and childcaring in a multilingual environment, where the more children can interact with their children, the more parents can interact with their children in the first language, the better that language is going to develop. The more children, more parents and families have access to books in that language and can read to their children, the more their reading skills are going to be establish a foundation for adding English skills to it. And that's something that parents, particularly parents who may not have had the same kind of education that most of us have had, may not know. And they need to know it because it's crucial for their children's well-being. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that when we look at the nature of the linguistic demands and challenges of our schools, these are challenges that of learning the language of print and being able to use that both orally and in written form. And the more children have a foundation of that in their first language, the more the two languages continue to develop, the better they're going to do in school in English. So let me stop there for a few minutes, and we can maybe take 5 or 10 minutes of questions or issues or clarifications or disagreements that anybody wants to raise. Okay? Yeah.
Just wondering, how would you offer support to that parent? You know, let's imagine that it's an English school and that at home they're speaking Japanese. How would you offer help to that parent to teach Japanese at home? Is that what you said?
Yeah, you're not going to be offering help in terms of teaching Japanese because you don't speak Japanese and there's...
To encourage the first language. Is that
Yeah,
what you said?
yeah, exactly. So there may be community language schools in particular languages. In some cases where there are large numbers, we often have that. And communicating to parents that that's potentially a good thing to make use of, to show the legitimacy of students' first language and to expand it beyond what may be possible in the home. That's one area. But secondly, when parents come to the school, say for parent-teacher meetings, and one of the things they're always interested in is how can I help my child do better in school? One major way in which we can help our children, parents can help our children, is by reading to them. Or if it's a language where there isn't a literate tradition and there are no books in that language, telling stories, sharing the culture, sharing the experiences, sharing family histories. All of that information that's communicated in child's home language is expanding their knowledge of language, expanding their understanding of who they are as Afghan Canadians or as Japanese Canadians or whatever it might be. But what
That's really interesting to me because we tend to try to focus on they have to use their time to study English.
Yeah.
And to move away from that first language, right? So that's really
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying that's potentially not a good strategy. It may be that parents are not very fluent in English. And so if they try to switch to English, as many parents do, sometimes on the advice of doctors, sometimes on the advice of teachers, then they may be just lowering the quality of communication between parent and child, exposing children to maybe poor models of English. And so it's a very double-edged sword to kind of advise parents that they should use as much English as possible in the home. One of the things that'll do is reduce any opportunity children have to become really bilingual. And there's a lot of research out there, I'm not going to go into it in any detail, but developing bilingual skills is good for your brain. There's all kinds of benefits in terms of awareness of language, in terms of linguistic and cognitive flexibility that come from knowledge of the two languages. But what the implication of the research underlying this double iceberg metaphor is that if your Japanese parents can read to their child, explain how the Japanese orthography works, get the child curious about that language, get the child proud that he or she is a speaker of Japanese as well as English, then the more they will make an affective connection between that language and who they are. And we can help that by supporting it in the school. Let me just throw out something here that I think is really powerful and well worth checking out. My colleague in Toronto, a person called Emmanuel Lepichon Vorsman, don't try and write that down. It's, but it's she and a colleague in the Netherlands, where she used to work 5 years ago, started off a movement called the Language Friendly Schools movement. And on their website, which has grown considerably in the last few years, you've got the stories of schools written by the schools themselves and often presented in video and PowerPoints in terms of how they became language-friendly schools, where even though they might have a mini United Nations in their schools with 80% of the students coming from non-English speaking backgrounds, which is relatively common in cities like Toronto, they manage to welcome children's languages into the schools. They get children carrying out projects on their language. They get children sharing their knowledge of each other's languages, learning words in each other's languages. And so their awareness of how language works increases, and their pride in being a speaker of those languages increases. So if you go to languagefriendlyschool, all one word, .org, you'll find some really interesting and inspirational information on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
Less of a question and more of a potential resource for those interested in getting parents to engage their children in literature in their native languages. The public libraries actually do have a pretty decent section of books in various different languages, and some of them are in English as well as, say Arabic or Chinese. So that's a good resource to let parents know, hey, public library, you might find children's books in your native language.
Absolutely, and not just public libraries, but on the web there are quite a few sites with multilingual books there that again parents can go to. They can read the story in their home language. They can read the same story in English or whatever other language they want. There's a project that Bonnie Norton at University of British Columbia has been involved in over the last few years, called the African Storybooks Project, and I think it's got a different name right now. They've changed that, but it started off as the African Storybooks Project. If you put African Storybooks and UBC in a search, you'll find it, where there are about 60 or so stories focused on animals and focused on the African context, or animals that are in the African context, that are available in multiple languages. And so again, the point here I think is really simple. When parents ask us what they can do to help the child interact with your child, and interacting with your child is not necessarily straightforward, because with newcomer parents you might have both parents working, trying to put food on the table. There may be stresses, there may be all kinds of things, but to the extent that parents can do it, that families can do it, increase interaction in the home language, expose children to literacy in that language, help them become proud of being bilingual and multilingual and if the school is reinforcing that, rather than kind of treating the languages that students bring into the school with benign neglect, which is what typically happens, then I think you're going to get a very different orientation among the students to their knowledge of the home language. Rather than being ashamed of it, they will potentially be really proud and be interested. Yeah. You had a question?
No, I was just going to say, kind of on that side of it, in a junior high setting, I see a lot of teachers saying, English please,
Yeah.
but they don't realize the connection between their L1 and, their new language. So just kind of speaking to that, like I think we as, educators of English as additional language, we need to kind of come forward more and say, it is really a learning tool for them to use with their peers and things like that. I have a student who's Arabic, but she was hard of hearing. So she's not really fluent in her first language, and now she's kind of struggling in her second.
Yeah.
So she's actually going to Arabic school now and things like that, but just really valuing their L1, right? And not, like when I hear teachers in the hallway saying like, don't speak Arabic, like it cringe, but I'm like, it is, it's who they are, and
Yeah.
They can use a lot of that second part of the iceberg to infer, their knowledge and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. And, when we hear that refrain, use English, it's kind of common sense. It's not surprising. We want children to acquire English as fast as possible, and we assume that, well, the more they use English, the more they're going to learn it. I think the research is suggesting a different approach. But at the same time, I think there has to be rules of the game in terms of when it's appropriate to use the first language and when it isn't. And what some of the schools in the language-friendly schools movement have done is they've, or what some teachers have done, is they have not only been involved in developing a whole school language policy, but they develop classroom language policies with their students. And they get students talking about language, and how do you feel if you've got a group of children speaking a language that you don't understand, you feel left out? What rules of the game should we have? And we want rules that would be inclusive, but we also want rules that acknowledge that the languages that children bring into the school are cognitive resources, and for many children, up to that, while they're catching up academically in English, it's going to be more efficient for them if they're working in a group to use their home language, to figure things out, and then they may solve the problem or create whatever they're creating, and then they present that back to the class in English. And what you've got there is a lot of neurological activity where the two languages are coming together. So the kids are getting the best of both worlds. And they're getting the message that their first language is legitimate, but at the same time that if we are using it with our friends, we may want to include other people. And so if we're talking to somebody and somebody who doesn't speak the language comes in, we may want to fill them in on what we've been talking about. So, but the students themselves can talk about this and develop policies that make sense for them. Much better than a top-down, teacher-directed process.
And I'm coming from a primary elementary background, and now I'm kind of in junior high, so it's really embedded in the primary elementary classroom, learning the child's language and kind of valuing it and sharing and celebrating it. Whereas in junior high, I think teachers are so stressed to get the curriculum done in 50 minutes that kind of doesn't really get transferred as much, right?
Yeah, my wife and I have two of our sons are teaching in junior high, so we know exactly what they're talking about. First and second year teachers, so. But again, you can see why we need to put these issues on the table and talk about them as a whole school community. Because a lot of the things that we do with good intentions and that seem like common sense may not seem like common sense when we turn the coin around and see a totally different reality. What we're maybe communicating to children inadvertently, or students inadvertently, is that their first language is not legitimate. School is a English-only zone, and if you want to be accepted here, you give up your first language, you give up your first culture. And that deep part of the culture that we want students to develop also is not being developed. It's being suppressed and seen as something that excludes the student. So, talking about these things as a whole school community, I think is really important. And every school community is different. The teachers are different, the school population is different, the parents are different, the challenges are different, the opportunities are different. But so each school policy will be different, but there's a core, and I've tried to present some of that core of research that speaks directly to what we may want to consider in developing that policy. Okay, let me move on and just look at how does this research evidence translate into whole school instructional policies and practices. We've talked obviously a bit about that in the last few minutes. But one of the ways I've tried to approach this is to step back a little bit and ask ourselves, well, who are the students, who are the groups of students who are not doing well in school? Like what categories of students are not doing well? And obviously our particular focus here is on students who are learning English as an additional language. And some of those students do brilliantly, many have less positive outcomes for a variety of reasons. And what are those reasons? So when we look at the big picture, and I'm talking about here about groups of students rather than individual students who may have special needs, which is an individual problem. But there are three groups of students that on average tend to experience disproportionate educational challenges. First is immigrant background students who are learning the second language as an additional language. And then there are students from socially disadvantaged backgrounds, students from low-income backgrounds, students whose parents may not be highly educated themselves, parents who may be struggling to put, or children whose parents may be struggling to put food on the table every week, and increasingly that's an issue across Canada, not just for immigrant background families, but for many families. And so we know from research, kind of since research has been around, that there are big socioeconomic differences in school achievement. The effect of socioeconomic status, SES for short, is pervasive in the vast majority of countries. And so we need to ask ourselves, well, what's behind that? What are the causal factors? What some people have called the opportunity gaps that are operating? And what can we do about it? If we're looking at one of the factors that's often associated with underachievement, and that's segregated schooling, where families from low-income backgrounds and immigrant families are often in a city like Toronto living in high-rise apartment buildings, such that the schools they go to have maybe 95% of students from low-income, non-English speaking backgrounds. So that segregation creates its own issues. And schools can't do very much about that directly. But there's one thing that schools can do a lot about it, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And then the third category of students that don't do well academically on average, and again, I'm talking in broad terms here and obviously overgeneralizing because many students from within these categories will do okay, but on average there's a disproportionate level of underachievement, are students from socially marginalized groups that have been subject to racism and various forms of exclusion from educational and social opportunity, often over generations. And as Suzanne mentioned earlier on, Indigenous students are one category of students across Canada that fall directly into this category, not just across Canada, but internationally, where we're talking about at least cultural genocide, sometimes in other countries, actual genocide. And that racism still exists across Canada in many of the institutions. But there are other groups too. If we look at, in the United States, students from African American backgrounds, students from Latino or Latina backgrounds have been subject to various kinds of exclusion, racism over many generations. Roma students in European contexts, again, fall into this category. So again, we need to ask ourselves, what's going on here? Like, what are the factors within each of these three categories that are causal factors that lead to underachievement? And then what can we do about it? And so that's where I want to go with this. Don't try and read this, you'll strain your eyes. But this is an attempt to kind of put all of this into one chart so that we see it together. And the point that I want to make here is that as ESL teachers or as policymakers in the province, we define the issue as we're getting a lot more newcomer students who don't speak English. We need to provide ESL support. And so we add more itinerant ESL teachers. And that's obviously to the good. But if we only focus on this linguistically diverse column here, we're often missing out on what we can do and need to do to address issues related to poverty and issues related to discrimination. And so we need to put the three together. And when we talk about whole school language policies, if we put the three together, we're going to get much further. Because the reality is that students who fall into all three of these categories are the ones who experience the most serious challenges. So let me just leave this to the side for a moment, and I'll come back to it later on. And again, you'll have access to this. So I see this as being potentially useful as kind of a one-pager that we can use as sort of a cheat sheet almost, or as a summary of some of the things that we need to talk about within our schools. So if we look first at linguistically diverse students, the source of potential disadvantage is failure to understand instruction due to homeschool language differences. So what we need to do is three things. These are, you can obviously get into subcategories of all of these, but these are three major things. We need to scaffold comprehension and production of language across the curriculum. In other words, the metaphor of scaffolding involves providing supports, such as visuals, graphics, etc. We need to reinforce academic language across the curriculum. If we want students to catch up in an expedited way, we need to take every opportunity to draw their attention to how this strange language of schooling works. And thirdly, we'll get much further if we engage students' multilingual repertoires rather than assuming that, well, students' home languages are irrelevant because we don't speak those languages. There's 15 different languages in my classroom. That's fine, but I can't do anything with that. I'm going to show you some examples of what we can do in relation to that. So the metaphor of scaffolding, I'm not going to spend any time on it. I think all of us know what the ESL toolkit is, and you can see some of those things down on the side. But the point I want to make again is that all teachers need to have this toolkit. It's not just a matter for the ESL teacher. Reinforcing academic language across the curriculum. Again, when we talk about across the curriculum, we're talking about when we're teaching math, when we're teaching science. We're also teaching the language of math and the language of science. And there are all kinds of opportunities to draw students' attention to language, as well as to reinforce their knowledge of how academic language works. And one short kind of mnemonic, in a way, in terms of doing this, is that when we're developing our lesson plans to teach particular content areas, say if we've got a lesson on photosynthesis in science that we're going to teach, not only should we note down what our objectives are in terms of teaching the content, but what our language objectives are in teaching that. And one way with a notion like photosynthesis that we might do, we might start off by putting the word on the blackboard or the whiteboard and saying, like, what do you see in this word? And so some students will probably say, well, it's got photo in the front. Okay, what do you know about photo? Maybe let's do a little brainstorm and see what comes to our minds in terms of photo. Some students are going to say, well, photographs, photography. Right, what do we know about photography? Okay, we'll get to the notion that it's coming from light is central to what is involved in photography. And then we can then teach them a little bit of Greek.
The owner of a white Subaru parked next to the dumpster. Could you please move your car immediately? That's a white Subaru parked next to the dumpster in the Alpha parking lot. Please remove your car.
Okay, anybody need to move a car? So basically, you'll get to the fact that the word for light in Greek is photos, and so you're making that connection, and so you're kind of halfway to teaching one of the essential aspects of photosynthesis by looking at the language, at the way it's organized. So this is just one example. Again, if we're looking at a word like predict, which we may come across in the early grades, the early primary grades when we're teaching science, because prediction is integral to what science is all about. And students all have a kind of a sense of it because they're watching weather forecasts on a regular basis, or some of them are. But we can tell them that the pre stands for before, and the root of the word comes from Latin for to say. So when we predict, we're saying that something's going to happen before it actually happens. You just think for a moment about all of the words that root gives you access to. Any student from a Spanish-speaking home backgrounds will know what contradict means. Contra is a word for against, so you're speaking against somebody. Dictation is something that we ask students to do. Dictators tell you what to do. And again, you can go around, there's probably about 30 words with that same root that we can begin to have students draw their attention to. So these are just illustrations of what we can do. In terms of students, engaging students' home languages, here's an example from a grade 4 ESL classroom. The teacher was a person called Robin Persad. And one of the things that he did with his students, among many other strategies of bringing in their home language, was have students work in language-specific groups to look at how their home language and English are similar or different. And so there was about 3 or 4 groups that had particular home language backgrounds in common, and then he worked with a group that had multiple languages together. And so this is what the Arabic students did. They came up with about 5 things that were different. And they wouldn't have known this. They might have had to ask their parents about how Arabic works. They may have done some Google research. They may have got their information from a number of sources. But they're exploring language, they're becoming interested in language. And their home language is being validated as they get into this, because their home language is obviously seen by the teacher as relevant to their learning of English. Just as an illustration of how that double iceberg framework works, and it's not a static thing, it's a dynamic interaction between the languages. Here's what a couple of students, both of whom were from Pakistan, said. This was in a class. Lisa Leone was a teacher, and she consistently had encouraged her children or students to write in their home language when they were doing projects. These were kids in their 1st or 2nd year of learning English. So she had them write dual language books. If they were doing a project, she would have, say, on the human body, she would have them write in the words for different parts of the body in their home languages as well as in English. But here's what Amina said in terms of how the 2 languages interact in her brain. She says, when I'm allowed to use my first language in class, it helps me with my writing and reading of English. Because if I translation in English to Urdu, then Urdu give me help for English language. I also think better and write more in English when I use Urdu, because I can see in Urdu what I want to say in English. Okay, so you can see the 2 languages are bumping off each other and interacting in her brain. And she's using her knowledge of Urdu to connect up with English. And here it says something very similar. And these were written responses that they did, which is why the spelling is the original spelling. She says, when I'm allowed to use Urdu in class, it helps me, because when I write in Urdu, and then I look at Urdu words, and English comes in my mind. So it helps me a lot. When I write in English, Urdu comes in my mind. When I read in English, I say it in Urdu in my mind. When I read in Urdu, I feel very comfortable because I can understand it. So again, the first language is not irrelevant. It's happening inside children's heads. And if we open up that space for children and validate it, it's going to work much more effectively like it is with these students. Here's an example of a dual language text that, again, this is in Lisa Leone's grade 6 class. It was an ESL class, but Lisa was adamant that she was going to address all of the great expectations for regular grade 6. The fact that students were in their 1st or 2nd year of learning English didn't mean that they shouldn't be doing the same kind of writing that native English speakers were doing in grade 6. And so, obviously, with students who are in their early stages of learning English, if she were to ask them to write a short story in English, she might get 1 or 2 painful paragraphs or sentences out of them. But she encouraged them to write in their first language. And then she found ways of getting from that first language to English. Tomer was a student who came from Israel, and he'd grown up in an agricultural context in Israel. He knew a lot about horses and farms and things. And he wrote a story called Tom Goes to Kentucky. So this was a grade 6 class, so he was about 12 years old. And by Kentucky, it was the Kentucky Derby, was what he was talking about. So he wrote it in Hebrew, and there was a teacher in the school who knew enough Hebrew to help him translate it from Hebrew into English, and they worked on that together. And if you'd given Tomer the English version of his story before he had written it, he would not have been able to understand it. But after he had written it, he was able to understand it. Now that sounds paradoxical, but that's exactly what happened. So Tomer was and is, I think, a very insightful young person. One of the things he said is, I think using your first language is so helpful, because when you don't understand something after you've just come here, it's like beginning as a baby. You don't know English, and you need to learn it all from the beginning. But if you already have it in another language, then it's easier. You can translate it, and you can do it in your language too, and then it's easier to understand the second language. Again, what he's saying here is very much what that double iceberg is trying to say. Like if we've already got the ideas in our first language, for example, if you know how paragraphs work in writing, we don't have to relearn that all over in English. He goes on to say, the first time I couldn't understand what his teacher Lisa was saying, except the word Hebrew. But I think it's very smart that she said for us to do it in our language, because we can't just sit in our hands doing nothing. And again, you know, even after students come out of ESL support, many of them may be sitting on their hands doing nothing because the instruction's going over their heads, because the teacher doesn't realize that there's a big gap there still. If you look at what the kinds of instruction strategies that this kind of dual language book writing entails, like if we look at what's happening instructionally. So teachers are connecting curriculum to students' lives. Students are writing about what they know, what they're interested in. It's scaffolding access to the curriculum and comprehension of academic language. Again, because the knowledge, the words, the concepts that they have in their first language, they're learning in English as a result of the translation process. They're expanding students' awareness of how academic language works. They're promoting second language or English oral language use. The student is talking about what, in this case, he is trying to say with the teachers who are supporting him. So there's what he can say in Hebrew, he's learning how to say in English. It's affirming students' identities. It's basically saying to students, look, you've got something to say. You're not coming into this class as a blank slate. You have experiences, they're legitimate, they're important, right from those experiences. But we can't ask students to do that if the school is an English-only zone. And so we've got to challenge that implicit assumption in many schools. So it's affirming students' identities, it's acknowledging students' multilingual talents, it's promoting parental involvement and pride in students' accomplishments. Because parents, even if they don't speak much English, they can read the Afghan or the Japanese or the Hebrew version of what's written. So this kind of strategy can go a long way. I'm going to just divert a little bit in terms of writing in general. Writing is incredibly powerful in developing academic language, but it does more than that. Writing is a way of finding out who we are. It's a way of solving problems. And if we can get students from a very early stage into a process where they see writing not as a chore, but as something that is enjoyable, something that they can share with others, something where they can express their identity and get their ideas reinforced, then I think that's those students are well on their way to academic success. And I'm going to borrow an anecdote that Steve Krashen included in one of his books. And I'm just lubricate first. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember Ann Landers. Anybody remember Ann Landers? Ann Landers was probably the first and most famous, I think what's called an agony aunt. You know, the people on newspapers or websites right now where you write in with a problem and they tell you, what you should do in terms of relationships or whatever. Anyway, Ann Landers was very famous as the one who kind of put this process on the map. And this is from Steve Krashen's book, The Power of Reading. But she said, this is a letter from a young woman. She says, Dear Anne, I'm a 26-year-old woman and feel like a fool asking you this question, but should I marry the guy or not? Jerry is 30, but sometimes he acts like 14. Jerry is a salesman and makes good money, but has lost his wallet 3 times since I've known him, and I've had to help him meet the payments on his car. The thing that bothers me most, I think, is that I have the feeling he doesn't trust me. After every date, he telephones. He says it's to say an extra good night. But I'm sure he's checking to see if I've had a date with someone else. One night I was in the shower and I didn't hear the phone. He came over and sat in the porch all night. I found him asleep on the swing when I went to get the paper the next morning at 6:30 a.m. I had a hard time convincing him I'd been in the house the whole time. Now, on the plus side, Jerry is very good looking and appeals to me physically. Well, that does it. I've been sitting here with this pen in my hand for 15 minutes trying to think of something else good to say about him, and nothing comes to mind. Don't bother to answer this. You've helped me more than you will ever know. Okay, I think it's an amusing real-life reality, but it illustrates the point that Steve's trying to make, is that writing is a process of problem solving. It's also a process of identity expression, identity affirmation. The kind of affirmation that students like Tomer and Hira and Amina got times is huge. And it's very different from the messages that students who are learning the school language often get. Okay. Can somebody tell me how we're doing for time?
So, Jim, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Okay.
And then we'll be back to you and questions.
Sounds good. Okay, 10 minutes break.
Thank you for rolling it back. Yeah.
No, it's
I just came here from the
Yeah.
And then I decided to go and study English. So I started another 4-year master in English, which was mostly Shakespeare and their stuff. But then I during that education, I started to want to do science education. But then somehow I had some years change my life, and I started to do science and then I kind of got after 15 years of teaching physics and math, I started to
No, that one actually is not running anymore. Okay, I think this is going to be better. Now we Is this like better? So, we can ask someone to stand here. And, so if I stand here.
Oh, that's the camera?
Yes. I will ask someone.
Just ask Suzanne to stand there on the other side of you.
Yeah. حسين حسين بس تعال وقفني هون دقيقة. بس تعال وقف هون دقيقة بعد.
Could you just stand over there?
Why did it? Oh, it's.
Looks like it's yours. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing.
Why is it different? Is this better now? Okay. Now there is a delay, of course.
That's okay. What is this camera?
It's not working. That is from Morris. Now, is this a little better now?
It is a little, like you can see half the screen.
Yeah.
Could you move him slightly towards the screen? Here, let me hold that. A little bit further, maybe? Yeah, Khadija, I almost have him in there now.
Yeah.
Like just another Bella fraction. Well, let's see what else we got. So this is I was wondering if she must be watching this.
No, I'm not. I'm just standing here just for them to. How are you?
Are you going to be the text? Are you going to be the text? Yeah. Do you need?
No, I'll call Kathy. Is she calling on Tuesday?
Yeah. So I just mean the project.
Yeah, well,
They just
I have to ask
Maybe just pull this back a tiny bit. So this is frozen for me. Again. Oh wait. Now it's delayed. Now it's
We okay? Yeah, I don't know if as you probably noticed, I was playing around with it because that things that the going to work much differently from the normal way.
So are you wanting it to be the full screen?
Yeah. But I was playing around with it. I just didn't want to mess.
So just slide your just go from current slide. Yeah. Just like that. And that should be So can we bring out your air Make sure you go from current slide.
just hit the arrow. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And that was that right there. Do you want to stand there 1 more second?
There should be some delay though, but it's maybe we can, like, as such, maybe it will only be like part of him, so we will just move it like this.
Yeah, it's too bad you couldn't turn off that light. Turn off the others. Do they all turn off? Do they all, or do you have like the ability to turn some off? Would you turn off all or just some?
Yeah, I will turn it
Maybe
off.
try that one. Well, try it because it might be that he's too dark. So just try it and we'll put you back in the camera.
Yeah, okay.
And then we can figure it out.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Of course. I was like normally it's very easy to get
I'm going to shift this a tiny bit, just because the mic is in it and we don't need it.
You don't want this like him on like
Very edge. Yeah, except I like that the screen is in there.
Yeah, I'll
Turn off that light and we'll try it then. Hi. No, I'm actually
on my screen. Come on, yours. But still, you know, yeah.
Wow, oh, this is great.
Yeah, awesome.
I can see it very far.
Awesome.
However, you're not super dark.
I think we will turn on
Back on.
Then, like, I'm afraid he will walk. Okay, are we ready? So we're back, and we will continue for 30 more minutes, and then we will have the lunch break. Thank you.
Okay, we've managed to resolve some of the communication difficulties between my computer and the screen, and so thanks to Khalid for doing that. It looks like we're getting a bit of an echo here. Okay, I'm just going to go through a couple of other things, and then we'll open it up for discussion. But I want to move on to looking at what are the opportunity gaps and what can we do about them in terms of social disadvantage. And so, going back to the point that I made earlier on, when we look at the logic that academic language is found primarily in printed text rather than in everyday conversation. And so students' opportunities to broaden their vocabulary knowledge and develop strong reading comprehension skills are likely to be greatly enhanced when they have abundant access to printed text and engage actively with these texts. And I'm talking here not just about the K-12 situation, but I'm talking particularly preschool. It has a huge impact, and we can do a lot at the preschool level to really prepare students for acquiring literacy in the primary grades. So I'll go through this fairly quickly, and as I said, you will have access to the PowerPoint afterwards, so you can kind of skim over it again if you want. So one of the people involved with research on literacy engagement, and somebody who's done a huge amount of research in this, is a cognitive psychologist from the University of Baltimore called John Guthrie. And by literacy engagement, he's talking about three things. And I'm using my own terminology here, but we're talking about the amount and range of reading and writing. We're talking about use of effective strategies for deep understanding of text, and positive affect and identity investment in reading and writing. So it's more than just the extent to which we're reading and writing. It's kind of some things that are less visible, like the extent to which students see themselves as readers, the extent to which they want to read, and as I said, invest their identities in reading and writing. And what he says at the bottom there is, I think, very relevant. He says, certainly some initial lessons are valuable for driving a car or typing on a keyboard, but expertise spirals upward with engaged participation. And he's talking about learning to read here, but it applies to virtually every aspect of our lives. We need to participate, we need to do it. Some lessons are useful, some tips are useful to get started, but there's a lot of self-teaching involved as we participate in something. And reading and writing, he's saying, is very much like that. I'm not going to go into some of these slides in detail because it's just dealing with the research. Basically, what the research is saying, and this is research from Nell Duke, who's a very well-respected reading researcher, is that students from low-income backgrounds typically experience significantly less access to written language in their homes, their schools, and neighborhoods. For example, and she's talking here about the United States, but public libraries in low-income neighborhoods tend to be far less well-stocked than in more affluent neighborhoods. In the United States, again, she's talking about here, schools serving low-income students tend to have far fewer library books in their school libraries, and often there's a focus on just teaching the skills, foundational skills in reading, without also bringing in students' experience, without building on their culture, the knowledge that they're bringing into school. And so, again, some of that foundation is missing. If you look at why there's a difference in virtually every society, between more affluent kids, kids from high socioeconomic backgrounds, and kids from low-income backgrounds in terms of how well they do in school generally, and in particular, how well they develop literacy skills. One of the reasons is that kids from more affluent backgrounds have about a 4-year advantage in literacy socialization compared to kids from low-income or poverty backgrounds. Some of the reasons for this are very simple. If you're struggling to put food on the table, you don't have money to buy books. You don't, if both parents are working to, again, put food on the table, you don't have time to go to museums or libraries, etc. And so that difference is there. And what that means is that when students from socially disadvantaged or low-income backgrounds come to school, one of the things that we need to do is to start filling that 4-year literacy socialization gap that many of them will have experienced. So that means immersing them in a literacy-rich school environment. So what I'm talking about is when a child comes into kindergarten, first day of kindergarten, one of the things that they should be experiencing is read-alouds from the teacher, where the teacher is using a big book, for example, engaging students in the big book, dramatizing it as she or he reads a story, stopping at various stages to get the kids involved. Okay, I want everybody to close their eyes, and I want you to visualize, to think about what you see in the story, what's happening at this point. This is teaching the reading strategy of visualization, long before students have even got close to learning how to decode. Or, okay, I want to stop. What do you think is going to happen next? The reading strategy of prediction. This is what literacy socialization is all about. And as I said, a lot of kids from more advantaged backgrounds get 4 years of this by their parents reading to them, and that's not typically the case with kids who are less fortunate economically. The research is really clear in terms of the impact of this. I'll just give you one example from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. And probably many of you are aware of the PISA studies, the Program for International Student Assessment, that's been going on since about about 2000. And so we've got about 20 years of data related to this. But what they found is that when they're looking at 15-year-olds, there's about a 1/3 overlap between the negative impact of socioeconomic variables and the positive impact of reading engagement. What this means, in principle, is that schools could push back about 1/3 of the negative effects of low socioeconomic status by getting kids actively engaged with reading. This is a huge potential impact. And there's lots of other research that highlights how powerful this is. I mentioned preschool a few times, and one of the most persuasive studies that I've come across in terms of preschool being really important in general, but in particular preschool being important for literacy development, is a national study that was carried out in New Zealand, where the researchers observed in multiple preschools that were nationally representative across New Zealand. And they rated the schools in terms of a number of characteristics. And what they found was that there were 5 aspects of the preschool environment that seemed to exert a long-term impact on students' development. 4 of these dealt with the quality of adult-child participation in the preschool environment. But the 5th they called literacy saturation. And they found a big difference, a huge difference between children who had come from preschools that had a lot of books at children's eye level, where children were read to on a regular basis, compared to preschools that had minimal focus on literacy or books. So when we look at some of the examples of what they found, at age 10, for children from low-income homes, there was a difference of 18 percentage points in reading comprehension between those who attended the least and most print-saturated early childhood environments. And then at age 14, pupils who had attended a non-print focused early childhood environment scored 12 to 15 percentage points lower than the 3 other quartile groups who had experienced greater print saturation at early childhood education. So again, when we're looking at the opportunity that we have where newcomer parents are in an institution like this learning English, and their children are in a preschool environment, we need to ask ourselves, okay, what kinds of approaches are going to have the biggest payoff in terms of preparing children for school? And obviously, learning English is a big thing that happens in these preschool environments, and that's obviously totally legitimate. But also, we can do a huge amount in preparing children for literacy acquisition, so that when they come into kindergarten, grade 1, they're primed to read, rather than just having no experience of books. There's some questions or issues here that we could ask ourselves as a whole schooling community in terms of what are our approaches to literacy. I'm not going to go into all of them, but I'll just highlight the first one. We can ask ourselves, to what extent is our school library stocked with culturally relevant and engaging books that students are encouraged to check out and read at home? One of the schools that I had some contact with over the years in Toronto, the school called Crescentown School, and they were in an inner city area. The school was right beside some big high-rise buildings that had a lot of newcomer families in them. And there was about 95% of the students came from non-English speaking backgrounds. And so they got a little bit of extra money for being an inner city school. One of the ways they spent some of this money was to keep the school library open for 4 days a week after school. So between 3:30 and 6:30, the school library would stay open so that parents, when they picked up their kids, could go directly into the school library. All of the parents who wanted it had library cards, school library cards, so they could check out books. They also had a multilingual collection that they had put together with books in the languages of the community. So a parent could come in and read a book in English to their child, or read a book in the first language, if that language was represented there. And this is exactly what the research is saying we should be doing. And yet, it doesn't happen very often, and it's a powerful, powerful strategy. And so working with families in terms of literacy development and encouraging literacy development in the first language as well as in English is something that pays big dividends. Let me move on to the last category that I spoke about, students from socially marginalized communities. There's a key insight. Well, first of all, one of the things that's happening here is a broader pattern of identity devaluation in the wider community. Again, if we think of Indigenous communities across Canada, we can see how that happens in very sad and unfortunate ways. But there's a phenomenon called stereotype threat that an American psychologist, an African-American psychologist called Claude Steele identified in the 1990s. And he was an experimental social psychologist. And one of the things he did was to look at how stereotypes operating in the wider society affected task performance. And he worked with primarily university students. But he demonstrated this in all kinds of ways. One way, just as an example of how gender stereotypes can affect performance, was he had groups of university students do math problems. And with one of the groups, he told them that the reason we're doing this experiment is we want to see the effect of gender on math performance, because we know there's a lot of research out there that women don't do as well in math as compared to men. And so we want to see how this works. So he kind of communicated that stereotype to the people who were women doing this experiment, and compared to baseline, what they had done before, their performance dropped significantly when they were given the stereotype. With another group who were Asian women, he communicated the positive stereotype. Well, we're exploring why there's a difference, a consistent difference between Asians and European background people in terms of their ability in math. When we look at all these test scores, Asian students seem to do really, really well, and they seem to excel somehow in math. Okay, they fed this positive stereotype, boom. performance increased. And so he demonstrated this in all kinds of ways. And it's very easy to extrapolate from that to see how stereotypes, for example, in relation to Indigenous students that are shared widely amongst the community reflect themselves in school, reflect themselves in terms of patterns of low teacher expectations, and then you get a downward spiral operating from that. And Gloria Ladson-Billings, who's a very eminent African-American researcher in the United States, I think put her finger on it very clearly with respect to that community. She said, the problem that African-American students face is the constant devaluation of their culture, both in school and in the larger society. And so if that is the opportunity gap, if that's operating as a causal factor, what does that imply in terms of what we need to do in school? Well, we need to counteract identity devaluation by focusing on enabling students to do things that will validate and affirm their identities. That means connecting instruction to students' lives, decolonizing curriculum and instruction by implementing linguistically and culturally sustaining instruction, affirming students' identities in relation to literacy development, and basically enabling students to use their languages, first and second languages, in powerful ways. And by powerful, I mean identity-affirming ways. So if you think back to the story, Tomer's story, this was doing all of those things. It was affirming his identity, it was validating his knowledge of Hebrew as a cognitive and linguistic resource. It was telling him that even though he can't do very much to show his competence in English at this point because he's a beginning learner, that doesn't mean he's any less intelligent, any less creative than any other students. And changing the rules of the game, taking off that invisible English-only zone sign that's in many classrooms and opening it up as a multilingual space that changes behavior dramatically. And let me give you an example from a project that was carried out in a high school, a school within a school in the Hamilton region, south of Toronto. And this was a First Nations focused school. And one of the things that they did was they hired a community resource person, an Ojibwe artist called Rene Mishake, to work with the students on visual arts. He was a painter himself, and then other creative work associated with what students were doing artistically. So some of the students reacted or wrote commentary on other students' artwork. They wrote poetry, they wrote prose, they reacted to it. So you had this communication surrounding Indigenous based themes. We were able to interview a number of the students about their reactions to this, the students' artwork was displayed in 3 art exhibitions in Southern Ontario. At the University of Wilfrid Laurier University had their work displayed for several weeks. Hamilton Art Gallery displayed their work, and one other place. So it got a lot of public attention. But here's what Cassandra, one of the students, said in terms of how this impacted her sense of self. She said, take away identity, and what do you have? If you have a student that doesn't know who they are, do you think they care about what goes on in the classroom? And she herself documented like what it meant for her, where she said, this experience gave me a gift of poetry. I started to develop a passion for poetry during this project. I didn't know I had this passion. Since this project, I've written and shared many pieces of poetry. This was she was a co-author with the leader of this project, Christina Montero, and myself and 2 of the students, she and one of the other students, we wrote an article based on this. But she goes on to say, participating in this project was like hearing a collective voice telling me, we're proud of you, we care about you, you have a future. Being able to express my thoughts about who I am as an Ojibwe woman made me feel like I belonged and was connected to a larger community. And so when we put identity at the core of what we're doing, a lot of other things will fall into place. And with newcomer students, forget about meeting curriculum expectations, whatever they may be, grade 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are guidelines. We want to aim towards them. But we've got to build on what students are bringing into the classroom. We've got to affirm who they are, what they can do. Because if they don't believe that they can succeed, if they don't believe that they're smart, if they don't believe that they have a future, then they're not going to put effort into schooling. And so another example is at grade 5. This again is a highly diverse school, Thornwood Elementary School in the Peel Board of Education, west of Toronto. The teacher was a teacher called Tobin Zikmanis, and it was coming near the end of the year. It was coming into May, and the last unit that he was focusing on was the data management unit, which was part of the grade 5 curriculum. And so rather than use the textbook that had various kinds of activities that students could do that were generic, he thought, okay, we've got a school that's 80% multilingual. Why not use this as a basis for data management? So he brainstormed with his students about what they would like to know about the multilingual character of their school. And so they came up with 3 very simple questions that they would like to know. Then he divided them up into groups, and each group took a different grade level, and they administered this little mini project, mini questionnaire to the students with the help of the classroom teacher. And then they came back and compiled all of the data into Excel type sheets, spreadsheet programs, and churned out all kinds of pie charts, bar graphs, other ways of representing the data. And this is just one example. The language is spoken by students in grade 5. And you can see the range of languages. Tobin talked about how he wasn't able to get his students to go out for recess when they were doing this. They wanted to keep on churning out the data. And so again, when you connect curriculum to students' lives, when you give them challenges to create something new, and this was data, they were carrying out an adult type survey of who we are as a school community. This could have been extended longer if there was more time. It could have been written up as part of a school newsletter. It could have been extended to parents. Parents could have filled out the same little mini questionnaire, and so we get a sense of the broader community. But it highlights just the engagement, the motivation that can come when we take seriously notions of identity affirmation and connect instruction to students' lives. So the last slide I'll show before I stop is something that some schools have used as a starting point for talking about a whole school language policy. And that's to look at who we are as a school community right now. What is the image of the student that we're sketching in our instruction? And if we have a school context where the implicit understanding is that students do not use their languages in the school, or yes, we heard earlier on, we tell students on a regular basis, speak English in the corridors, speak English on the playground, you've got to learn English. Okay, we're communicating the message that school is a English-only zone, students' languages are not welcome, students' cultures are probably not being picked up on, we're not necessarily connecting instruction to students' lives. Our intentions may be good, but they're not necessarily aligned with research data. And they're communicating an image of the student, both to the student and his or her parents, that in order to succeed, you've got to give up your home language, your home culture. It doesn't have a place here. So we can ask ourselves, what image of the student are we sketching? Is the image of the student one where the student is getting the message that she or he is capable of becoming bilingual and biliterate, and that that's a good thing? If we walk around a school and see nothing on the wall in the corridors or in classrooms in languages other than English, then probably the student is not getting that message. Is the student getting the message that they're capable of higher order thinking and intellectual accomplishments? If the mindset in the school or among some teachers is that, well, students have to learn English first before they can do anything really creative or challenging. Okay, again, students are probably not going to get the message that they're capable of this kind of intellectual work. goes on, capable of creative and imaginative thinking, like writing dual language stories, illustrating these stories, capable of creating literature and art, capable of generating new knowledge, capable of thinking about and finding solutions to social issues. Like, these are questions that I think if we could answer affirmatively to all of these, we would have a school where any parent would want to send their kids. And these are the kinds of instructional approaches that I think all students can benefit from and all students deserve, and particularly students who may be experiencing economic challenges in their homes, who may not have the advantages that some of our children have had. So just to wrap up, the major points that I've tried to make is that there's a limited number of instructional strategies that we can focus on. There's 6 written down here that cut across these 3 categories of students in terms of addressing some of the things that are operating to create challenges for the students. There's scaffolding comprehension and production of language, reinforcing academic language across the curriculum, engaging students' multilingual repertoires, maximizing literacy engagement, connect with students' lives and the knowledge, culture, and language of their communities, affirm students' identities by enabling them to use their language and literacy skills to carry out powerful intellectual and creative academic work. This is not a huge list, and obviously it's much more complicated than might appear. But these are entry points for talking about what we might do, for looking at where we are right now as a school community, asking ourselves where we want to be, where we want to go, and then how do we move in that direction. And so good luck in bringing this discussion to your schools, and it's a lot easier, obviously, for me to stand up here and talk about it than it is to put it into practice. But I think this is one of the aspects of this. It comes back to the notion of empowerment. And that's a buzzword that's used in all kinds of awful ways by the business community and corporate sector, but I think it's important to hang on to it because it's an important word. And I define empowerment as the collaborative creation of power. And when you look at the examples that I've given, the examples of Cassandra, the examples of that Indigenous art project, power was being created in the interactions between the teacher and students. And it wasn't just the students who were gaining a sense of power, of being able to do more. It was the teachers themselves who saw what their work can do. If you look at the practice of Lisa Leone or Robin Persad that I mentioned, these are empowering practices because they are generating power for students, but also for teachers. And so I think everybody gains if we can move in this direction. So we have a few minutes for questions and some discussion. Okay, thanks.
A comment and a question. So about 35 years ago, I was engaged as a graduate student at the University of Victoria, analyzing learning outcomes in the BC curriculum, which was going through a big change process at the time. And one of the things I discovered as I looked at every learning outcome in every subject level, at every grade level, was that we have this notion that language, or English as we call it, is a subject. But in fact, it is not. It is a tool base. Yeah. And so I like the iceberg, you know, I live here now, but my favorite metaphor is that learners are meaning makers, and that's what you're talking about. Yeah. And they're weavers of meaning, and the weft and the warp of the weave are language as a tool and personally relevant experience as the subject. Because until we apply language, it's just tools sitting in a toolbox. And the more artificial the learning context is, the more useless it becomes, right? Yeah. So that's the real challenge. The other thing that I think about is English is, in many senses, a powerful language because it's been focused to a fine point. It is, in a sense, a broken language because we don't talk to people using the subjunctive. We have no gender.
Speak for yourself, then.
and our people look at us weird if we do, just as you said. And so we've lost a lot of the capacity in language to create context. So if we say that's a tree, it could be any tree in the world, and we've forgotten all the rich data about where it is, why it's there, and then we clear cut. Because it's just a tree, right? And we do that all the time in our language, in contrast to some other languages, particularly indigenous languages that have context built into their structure because they're not noun-based.
Yeah.
And we're going around slapping labels and everything. So I'm going to ask you to comment on the fact that we need to, we're the fish in the water. We don't see the water. The water is the language. To the extent that we need to kind of re-educate ourselves about the limitations of English in terms of expressing personal experience and context.
Yeah,
Does
it's
that make sense? Yeah.
you know, that sounds like a fairly abstract idea, but if you take the example of Robin Persad's class, where he had students comparing both languages, if you've got, let's say, an indigenous a group of indigenous students doing that same kind of exercise, you'll probably come to the kind of insights about language that you were talking about, where not all languages identify things as the objects out there that we interact with. It's much more of a process relationship to the environment, and that can lead to important discussions about how language works, how we can use it, you know, how our experience relates to the environment. So, you know, I think building on what some people have called the funds of knowledge that students are bringing into the classroom is an important aspect of what we do. And I think as students get curious about language, as they begin to notice things about language on a regular basis, then I think it can lead to these kinds of understandings about language, some of which are more abstract, such as the ones that you talked about, some of which are very concrete, noticing that a TION comes at the end of these abstract nouns, and I'm a Spanish speaker, and all of those abstract nouns are CION. So having as a strand going through the curriculum, a focus on language awareness is something that I think makes a huge amount of sense, and that can extend across the curriculum, and each subject area in the curriculum will have a different take on language, in a sense. So again, it may not be something that we want to put in there as something that you must teach, but it's part of the mindset that I think if teachers bring to the teaching of language and teaching of students, that will kind of come up naturally as the occasion provides opportunities. So yeah, like it's really important to develop these insights about language. Otherwise, language controls us and we don't control it. It's, yeah.
I just had a question. So if you had to pick between direct service for a child or direct service to staff, what would you pick?
What about a happy medium, children? What about a happy medium?
Oh no, you get one pick.
I think I'm walking through a minefield here. I would say both, and I would say you can't really make that distinction, because some children, let's say children who are experiencing dyslexia, major reading issues, they need specialized help, and you've got a range of tragic situations across the country where children who cannot learn to read in the regular classroom, where parents who have money are spending thousands of dollars to get remediation, parents who don't have money, kind of kids struggle on and get whatever help they can in schools. In that kind of situation, children need individual assistance. But in terms of where we want to go in the big picture, it's got to be a whole school reality, but we don't get to a whole school reality overnight. And so having resource people who will work with the school in a collaborative way, not coming in with solutions, because that's not the way it works, but kind of initiating a process within schools where the school leaders are very much involved in that process. If the school leaders are not part of the process, then okay, it's something that somebody else is imposing on us, but it's not really important. So working at a whole school level is really important in terms of helping to change the mindset or evolve the mindset in the schools so that teaching language learners, teaching any student who may need additional help is everybody's responsibility. And it's not something that we can say, okay, you're the reading resource teacher, you deal with this problem, or you're the ESL teacher, you deal with this problem. Changing that mindset is crucial to helping all students. And so if you take the example from mathematics that I just showed, where the teacher carried out a survey using or had students carry out a survey focusing on things that were relevant to them. In this case, it was the languages that they spoke. Any number of other topics might be used that could connect students with the reality and show them that math is not just a school subject. Math opens up insights, math changes our perception of the world, math can be used for ill as well as good, as we know, with all kinds of disinformation and how statistics are used. So kind of working towards an integrated curriculum where teachers are talking to each other rather than kind of locked into just teaching subjects in isolation is going to make a huge difference. And that means teaching the whole child. You know, that sounds like a kind of a trite thing to say at this point, but it's really true. If we are communicating to children that you leave your interests, your languages, your cultures outside of the school, at the schoolhouse door, they don't have a place here. That's not teaching the whole child, and the whole child will not engage with learning. And so working at the whole school level is really important, but that doesn't mean that when we make a judgment that some children need individualized support, that we find ways to make that available to them. I hope I managed to fudge that sufficiently.
Yeah, I have a question. A few years ago, I had some books, like the Three Little Pigs, the Three Bears and all that, and I had a friend who was quite good in Arabic, and we made some dual language books together. And so I wanted to give it to my Arabic-speaking parents who could read, and my friend said, it's not in our culture. Like this bedtime stories and this reading with their kids, that's not what we do. Yeah. That's for the school to teach our child reading. So how do we cross that bridge too?
Yeah, I think you dialogue, you talk with teachers or with parents, and it's not just reading that is important. It's connection, it's storytelling, it's
I've shared that.
and all of that is expanding students' knowledge, it's expanding their vocabulary, it's connecting language to their experience. And I think you can validate that oral communication of culture within the home. You can also highlight the fact that even though it may not be in the culture, it's something, if they want to help their children, then this is something that they might want to consider.
Yeah, that's why I had a little pushback, that's not part of our culture to do that, so.
Yeah. But cultures evolve.
Yeah.
You know?
And home culture can be different than the culture you came from and things too.
Yeah, and again, looking for stories that have been written or translated into, let's say, Arabic, and seeing if we can get access to them in the school, or working with community resource people within the culture to see what kind of children's books are used.
Yeah, there's probably the Three Little Pigs wasn't the best choice. I'm just kidding on that one anyway.
I think we filled our brains with lots of important information, and it's time now to fill our bellies. So how about we continue the questions, and after maybe lunch break, if you don't mind?
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So just to let you know, so we have knives and forks here. If you ordered from Safa Kitchen, it's the first table. Second table is Dua, and third table is Afghan restaurant. And we will continue with the Q&A after lunch break. Thank you.
If anybody has forgotten what they ordered, I can help you.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm going to give you my Leo list really fast.
As currency for trade all over Western Canada. They traveled the Grease trails that came back. And these shells grow in 100 feet of water at the bottom of the ocean. And there were people, woodcut people, who would go out and harvest them. They would harvest them in 100 feet of water by connecting together lengths of wood and putting a sticky substance on the bottom and picking them up in 100 feet of water. How did they know that they were there? How do you get to that point to do that? Well, that's technology. That's technical, highly expert, knowledge of the real world. That's something. And so many examples. Or I've been doing some research on dairy production for an upcoming grant proposal. Everybody I talk to in the British community knows about birding, the language. Yeah. And that was a traditional practice. It was done so exquisitely carefully, knowledgeable. Yeah. So this is
Okay, we're back.
This is down, right?
So I again want to welcome our on-site and online audience. We're all glad that you are here. I guess it's time to start again. We are going to begin our first session with the Teacher's Top 10 Tips for Teaching Newcomers by Susan Fitzpatrick from TEAL. And I want to welcome Susan and ask her to introduce herself to our audience more. Susan?
We know it's nap time after food, but we don't want to try to deal with it.
Welcome, Susan.
Thank you, Khatare. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch, and I'm following in some big footsteps here, coming up after Jim, the man who's got all the research at his fingertips, can give us the names of the researchers, and he joins the dots for us all. This is a very different kind of presentation. I'm essentially going to be, we'll say, boiling down the essence of what I think is really important dealing with newcomer population, whether they're immigrants or whether they are refugees. So a bit of a change of pace. Initially as a teacher, I worked in Toronto, inner city schools full of immigrants and refugees. And in January of 2009, I was very blessed to have my dream job come to me. And I was the Literacy, Enrichment, and Academic Readiness for Newcomers teacher at Brother Rice for 12.5 years. So I was the first intermediate learned teacher. And in many ways, that was a real blessing. So number one always is keep students happy, especially the newcomer population. Because, first of all, part of their adjustment to a new environment is what's now being referred to as cultural bereavement. And apparently in the next issue of the DSM, this is going to be in there as a bona fide emotional and behavioral reality. Cultural bereavement is essentially adjusting to your new environment. A lot of newcomers go through it's a period of homesickness and depression, grappling with a new language, losing your language, or at least sort of like it feels that way because it's drifting away from you. You're not in your culture, you're learning a new culture, and it's a very complex and challenging time. And I think any of us, if we have left where we were born and raised and moved elsewhere, we have insight into that experience. Yes, yes, absolutely. For a lot of students, especially refugee students who've come from a very, usually very chaotic, violent background, they've experienced horrors that a lot of us don't even want to contemplate. Really, school needs to be their refuge. It needs to be their happy place. It needs to be a place where they can walk in and they feel welcome and accepted in the building. I've got their talk to students. Now, I got a bone to pick with some teachers because I find some teachers, a lot of times they'll meet a newcomer and, you know, they'll sort of pick at them like, oh, where are you from, and all this kind of stuff. And like, that's part of getting to know somebody. That's part of somebody's personal narrative. But sometimes people are not really filtering what they're doing, and they're asking students like, well, what brought you here? So those are the kind of questions you never really want to ask. And you never really want to either get into this, oh, how do you say this in your language? Yes, to a certain extent, but your role is there to help them learn, adjust, adapt, and thrive in your environment. It's not like a free course in Arabic or whatever for you. So when I say talk to students, yes, you're getting to know them as an individual. Ask them, you know, where did you live before? Who's living with you in your house? Ask how family members are doing. Because for a lot of these students when they come here, there's such a big power shift within the home where the parents are the ones really struggling with the language. They're learning more quickly. And also sometimes too, you know, the reality is that their adults are grappling with some deep traumas and mental health issues or whatever. So, you know, just see the child as somebody who's from a bigger community and tap into that. Yes, acknowledge their difficulties and challenges. Like sometimes I find when you become close to a student, you know, the next thing they're telling you about these horrific things that happened to them. And you've got to really hear that. You've got to thank and honor them for sharing that with you and feeling comfortable enough to share that with you. I always try to really affirm to students that, you know, I'm really sad that you went through that, but you're not the only one, sadly, like lots of people have. And you know, people who've survived those kind of things say it's made them who they are and it's made you stronger. So do you think, you know, that's a possibility for you? So you really need to, like Jim was saying, affirm their identity, affirm their experiences, but also show them that, you know, the future is ahead and the world can be theirs. I also think you need to do your homework. And I read extensively from UN publications, and also, yes, the CIA. The CIA from the United States has an extensive repertoire of information about every country you can imagine. And it's all free. So a lot of times when I got a student from a new place, like I started reading up, what can I find in English that really informs me about that country and about their background? And, you know, just doing your homework, you can figure out a lot of things, and you don't have to ask the student. Also, I think as educators, we need to be really reflective. Now, when I say keep them happy, the them really includes you as well. You have to be happy as a teacher. And sometimes teachers have come to me and said, like, oh, you know, they're doing this in the class, they're not listening, and blah, blah, blah. And I always tell teachers, you know, you can't expect the students to change until you change what you're doing. So you change what you're doing, make whatever's going on more engaging or more important to them, and then they will follow. Number 2, watch your language. Because, as we all know, every language is full of idioms and abbreviations and slang terms. So you've got to make that explicit. And, you know, as a teacher, sometimes I've written words on boards, and I've hoped, oh, I hope nobody walks by to see this word on the board. But students bring them in, you know, like, what does this word mean? What's a skeet, miss? And you've got to explain it. You know, you have to do a lot of direct instruction. And I'm not saying don't use certain abbreviations or terms or idioms. But when you do, explain it. And I've always thought that if a newcomer student is in a room with Canadian-born kids, there's still probably a percentage of that Canadian-born population that also doesn't understand. So when you make explicit for one group, you're really educating and helping all of them. Slow down. And in Newfoundland, we love to talk fast. And I always tell other people, when you speak, people are hearing you for the first time. Slow down. Let people process what you're saying. A long time ago, one of my students in Toronto said, "Miss, you have a sticky voice." And I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, because what you say, it sticks with us." So I thought that was really quite the compliment. Observe. What I mean by that is read the room, read the faces, look at what students are telling you from their face. When we were online and the students were given the option of not being live and just having like an icon or an avatar up, it really drove me crazy because I didn't know what was going on. And I would have to explain to students, like, I need to be able to see what you're doing in order for me to know what I'm doing. So observe and explain. Be succinct and concise. Really, teachers talk too much. And we really have to weight every word with meaning and importance. I don't want to belabor that point. When you write, same kind of thing. If you're going to use any kind of abbreviation, slang term, idiom, explain it. Just, put it in a footnote or just embed the definition right behind it or put a synonym in. Provide definitions for students and provide images. The old adage, the picture says 1,000 words. It's so true. We learn so much visually. And again, be succinct and concise, especially test materials. The bane of the Learn and EAL teacher is looking at tests that the students have brought to you, and every multiple choice question is like a paragraph of reading. And if you look at what a lot of teachers are saying, you can just like slash a huge percentage of the words out of there. And there have been times when teachers have given me tests to say, well, can you check it to make sure it's all right for your Learn students? And I just go to it and I give it back to them. And you can see it's a revelation because they realize, I don't have to work this hard to say what I want. So concision and being succinct, very helpful. Number 3, think globally. And I mean think globally in all ways. For example, your curriculum. Choose materials that reflect who's in front of you. For example, elementary school teachers. If you've got an influx of newcomers, refugees in your class, teach the breadwinner. It will explain so much about what brought people here. Also, one of the things I always love to do when you're teaching, and it's easy, I know, for English teachers. For example, you're teaching poetry or you're teaching folklore. Get some poetry that's been translated from whatever language. Like the world is full of poetry. And let students, if they're doing presentations, especially older secondary students, let them choose somebody who writes from their culture or their language. I've always said to students, well, if you're going to share a piece, you're going to have to translate it. And students will take that on because they're invested in who these poets are or who these writers are. They're proud to bring it to their classmates. Another global reality is teaching to all modalities. Stop talking, show images, get the students doing. We learn so much more by seeing and ultimately by doing. So that needs to be on all of us to essentially teach the same material in different ways. It's fun, the students get it, everybody's happy. Also, don't reinvent the wheel. There's so much great material out there on the internet. For example, if you're teaching EAL, there's tons of British websites that you can tap into. So, you know, talk to your colleagues, talk to your peers, see what they're using. I'm sure every teacher in this room has like their little list of, these are the websites I love. And you can get so much material from there. And there's all kinds of places now to get free resources. You don't always have to go to teachers, pay teachers. It's out there free. But also, this comes as a warning, don't fall down the rabbit hole of the internet. Like, you don't need to be looking for the same thing for 10 hours, right, or however many hours. Find what you need, move on. Number 4, put students to work. Don't work so hard. Get them to do the work. Use big projects, put them in groups, like Jim was talking about. You know, you have groups from various linguistic groupings. Get them to do a project about their home country or about their city or whatever. Get them to do the work. And also, as Jim was saying, you're affirming their identity. And sometimes students come to you and say, you know what, I never really knew why that happened in my country. Now I know. So they're really learning things about their own family's history, their own people's history. Challenge them with problem-solving work. And foster group work and collaboration. Now, look, I've taught junior high. I know that not always do they somehow magically know how to work together. But there's lots of material out there. How to work in groups. What roles people can take in groups. Sometimes if you just take one period to teach students how to work with each other, you're going to save yourself a lot of anguish. And if you've got students doing all the research and they're putting the projects together and you're letting them function in their language, so they're initially grappling with the material in their language, later it's translated into English, you know, you're functioning as really a facilitator. So, like, get out of the way, let them work. Number 5, get out in the field. The first high school Jana and I taught together at in Toronto, I used to be known as the field trip queen. And, like, think about it. You know, all these academics, they're always getting these big grants so they can go out in the field. All these guys and women with their PhDs out there learning in the field. But then so often we keep all these kids who learn naturally through play and engagement, we're keeping them in the classroom. Like, get them outside. It's so powerful and it's so easy for them to learn in that environment. You know, for example, if you're teaching about Canadian government, for God's sake, take them down to City Hall or to Confederation Building or to the Government House. Don't be talking about that stuff in the classroom. Get out there. And like, the students will remember and will learn so much more. Also, especially for a newcomer population, particularly refugees, it's just so positive and healing to get out. To be outdoors, to have a sense of play, to be in nature. And like, all the research is very clear. If you are outside 15 to 20 minutes every single day, you normally have better mental health and well-being. So, like, get them outdoors. And it's not always extra work. You know, what you can do is create like one giant permission form, listing off all the places you may or may not go, but this is like your dream list. Send it home, get parents to sign it at the beginning of the year. You have it on file, you do it once, off you go. Now, if there was ever an image to show how I put my curriculum together, I was going around in circles, but forever upward. And what I mean about going around in circles is, normally we don't learn something the first time we are exposed to it. We need multiple exposures. So don't just teach something once and think, oh, you know, I taught that back on October 10th, everybody has got that now. It's like, no, I would say 90% of the students have completely forgotten that now. But if that's something that's important in terms of, you know, scaffolding learning or sequential learning, just loop around and review it, refresh. And you don't have to spend all day doing this. You know, you can ask students, oh, who remembers what we did about so-and-so? Get them to teach each other. But like drop back often. And I find they go much further ahead when you go around in circles like this. Now, getting testy. Oh boy, lots to be said about that. As Jim was saying, keep students away from all of those tests that are used for determination of exceptionalities, because they do not work on a population of students where they are learning a new language. But are they beneficial for our students? I think so, and I'm being a bit of a renegade now because I know, especially at the elementary and intermediate level, there's this move away from testing. But a lot of times students become much more serious when there's a quiz or a test involved. And one of the things I did at Brother Rice was, we had 3 terms. At the end of every term, I gave them a cumulative test. So in June, it was going all the way back to September. And they were remembering things, they knew things, they were exposed multiple times, it was part of their knowledge base. And you know, during the lockdowns, there was a real backing away from testing, and for a lot of valid reasons. And it was really kind of startling to see how much my students were forgetting, or how much my students were letting go of in terms of the learning that had previously occurred. So I think we can't throw away tests. And also, if you look at the real world, to get a job at Sobeys, you've got to go home and do an online module and do an exam or a test at the end of it. If you're working as an automotive technician, you constantly have to take online courses and pass exams. It's out there, it's part of the reality. So teach students how to be successful test takers. Teach them the tips. Be explicit. You know, teach the learning strategies that they need to succeed. Again, be succinct and concise, and use technology. About, I'd say maybe 5 years ago, I started doing all of my assessment materials using Google Forms. And it was a revelation, because if I had given my students a pencil and paper test, a lot of times it was like, miss, 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 miss. You know, I was like doing the shuttle, I felt like a pinball, yes, a pinball, you know, in a machine, right? Anyway, so the very first time I gave them a Google form as their assessment piece, suddenly I was sitting there doing nothing. It's like, how is this happening? I was stunned. And like I asked the students afterwards, and if you are doing that kind of test, you're only seeing one question at a time. You can embed better images so students know what the graph is all about or the graphic is. Because no, you know, I'm trying not to criticize the NLESD, but not all photocopying material or equipment works the way we need it to work. So all those problems are gone. And even sometimes in some buildings, there's like so much stress on a teacher getting things printed. Anybody else have that experience? You know, like that's a huge stress. Well, if it's all online, you don't need to worry about getting paper to fit the photocopier. So it also works from, I would give students a quiz, I'd look at the results. Sometimes, you know, I realize, oh my God, this question is not clear, or everybody is missing this, so I'd have to go back and reteach. Then when it's time to do the test, you just make a copy of the quiz, you switch it around, change it up a bit, and you give it to them. And because I always allowed it to be marked and returned to them immediately so they could immediately see what they had trouble with. Like, it's kind of funny, you know, you wouldn't expect students to be so engaged and committed to investigating that and learning, but they are. So use technology for your assessments. It will really truly make your life easier. And even for big written pieces, right? Then they have, you know, thesaurus and dictionaries and translators at their fingertips. Don't handicap students. Let them do their best work. Ah, yes, beating the same drum. I don't think I need to say much more about that because nowadays we have Google Workspace here in Newfoundland, and I know across Canada there's different platforms sometimes used. But let technology be your friend. Let the students, you know, engage with it, teach them how to use it, teach them how to behave appropriately online, and off you go. But also, too, with technology, there's so much out there. Number 9, use community resources. You're not alone in this world. First question is, what's in walking distance? Get the students out there. At Brother Rice, we have a graveyard next to us. Fabulous for social studies and math. My students were unleashed in the graveyard multiple times. Find the oldest grave, the most recent grave. Find the person who lived the longest, the person who lived the shortest. What names are we finding here? You know, who's buried here? And come back with your observations and questions. So, you know, there's a lot that you can do, and it's really powerful learning for students. Lots of local organizations and initiatives will actually come in and do all kinds of free things for you, or you could take your students there. Look to professional associations, for example, the Bar Society. They have a law day. They will send lawyers to your school to talk about how to be a lawyer, or what lawyers do. Other teachers, and take care of yourself. Go to your employee assistance program if you need it, which leads me to, as my son's wife always says, self-care is important. And I got the slides straight out of one of those demos in Google Slides. This is the most important takeaway that everyone has to remember. You gotta take care of yourself. Being a teacher is stressful, nonstop work. Listening to people grapple with a new language is challenging and exhausting. And dealing with students who are, you know, sharing with you these horrors that they've survived, like, it can really wear you down. But you have to be Zen-like. When you go into a classroom, you have to be grounded, you have to be present, you have to be mindful. Find out what makes you happy. I would say number 1, sleep. And limiting all the bad things like alcohol and caffeine. We know we're not going to solve our troubles, or, you know, are just going to make our lives more, we'll say, unfolding and falling apart. Eat well and schedule your exercise. You got to do what you love, whether that's yoga or, you know, playing hockey or running up and down the hills of St. John's. Like, do what makes you happy, and do it regularly. And as a teacher, you got to do what you love. If you are not excited about getting out of bed every morning to go and see those people waiting for you, you need some self-reflection. But hopefully everybody will agree that this is the best job ever. Thank you. Do we have time for questions?
Yeah, we can take a couple of questions. I have a question. I'd love to see an example of one of your Google assessments.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll share them all with you.
Yeah, I'm 33, but I'm not tech savvy at all, and I would like to be more tech savvy. So.
You know, one of the things that shocked me when we went into the first lockdown was that a lot of teachers really didn't know how to deal with Google Workspace. And you don't have to be afraid. All you gotta do is ask your colleague, like, how do you do this? Like, if you don't know it, like I always used to say to my student, it's only scary what you don't know. And if you know it, then suddenly it's easy. So, you know, teachers have to demonstrate to students and model, yeah, we're learners too. So don't be afraid, yeah. But I can share tons of stuff with you and go, you'll be cursing me, why did I ever say that?
Thank you.
Any other questions?
How do you manage at the end of the day to schedule exercise, or you just get up earlier?
No, I'm not a morning person, never have been. I'm, you know, like a wake up, where's my coffee kind of person. Not a morning person at all, as some of you may know, getting emails from me at like 1, 2 in the morning. Normally I would do it right after school, and in fact it was like a great, I essentially had 2 dogs imposed on me. My husband had to have one and my daughter. And then I realized, oh, these dogs are not being walked, so I started walking dogs after school. And even now to this day, if they're not being walked and it's like 20 to 4, they're like yowling and howling like they're being tortured. And I used to come home, get the dogs, and off I'd go, and I found that I would have to walk for about 3 kilometers before like all that was let go from my head, and I could breathe, and I could be grounded and present. I walked I would aim for 5 kilometers a day, and that's not very far really. And then I would go home, and then I would be able to deal with my family. You know, the people that you really need to prioritize and make time for in your life. So, yeah, just put it in there, schedule it. And I'm not really, you know, advising anybody to get a dog, like some ways dogs. It's like they eat their own feces. Who wants to deal with these creatures? But, you know, if it means that you're going to be out there walking and outside getting fresh air,
yeah.
I got 2 dogs. Who wants one?
I just find it's really hard to get out of that rabbit hole, because I'm one of these people that I always want to know everything and I want to do my best, and I get like lost in it. So I probably need time limits or something.
Yeah, set a timer on your phone, and some apps you can actually set a timer on the app when you start using them. Yeah. Phones are handy. Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Susan, for your communicative talk. We all enjoyed that. Just want to inform our audience that there is a switch between session number 2 and number 3. We are going to have, for session number 2, we are going to have Dr. Shumi Lee, Professor at Memorial University of Newfoundland and Labrador in Faculty of Education, with her presentation on teacher education, certification, and career opportunities for teachers working with newcomers. Welcome, Dr. Lee.
Thank you. Okay, Ali, take your time. I can entertain the audience, you know, with some chit chat, talking about the dog. Yes, my dog keeps me happy and healthy. Yeah, same. Yeah, Leo knows. I walk my dog every day after work, like 4 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock-ish. If I don't walk her, she'd come to the deck door and looking in and starting to talk, right? It's a husky. She doesn't bark, she doesn't bark, but she talks, right? It's kind of, mommy, time to go for a walk. So if you ask her, what do you want? Ooh, a walk? Yeah. Where do you want to go have a walk? Ooh, okay, golf course, dog park. And then, you know, she was so eager to go. So one thing I have learned during the pandemic, you know, when the dog park was locked down and there was no longer off-leash free running for her. So how do I solve the problem? I discovered the woods. Our Newfoundland woods full of mushrooms. You won't believe, if you join Newfoundland Mushrooms group, you'll find me in there asking questions, interacting with the people. I'm half an expert now. And by the way, I have quite a bit of, you know, my hand-picked wild mushrooms from the woods, winter chanterelles. Are you seeing them right now? Yes. Yeah, anyone interested in that? And Suzanne, you have 2 dogs and one, you know, perhaps we can just make a few foraging dates. I can teach you mushrooms. Sounds good. Our dogs can interact. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting twist here because it's not anything practical about the classroom. It's about my research. Okay, that screen is good. Okay. So background, I think there's not much I need to talk because we are all aware of our province's situations, right? Increasing number of newcomers and particularly in the past few years, right? We got a cohort of Syrians and a cohort of Afghans and then now the Ukrainians, right? And so since I came to Newfoundland, 2010, I've been here 12 years. Can you believe it? Yeah. So I kind of just dove into the field research. Basically spent a lot of time in the schools with the kids, with newcomer kids, their teachers, ESL teachers, learn teachers, and classroom teachers, right? Spoke with many of them. And so many of these mixed method, why did I do mixed method? It's because, well, when I started the quantitative, you know what? I got a very high rate of parental employment among the newcomer kids. When I asked the question, are your parents employed and what are their jobs? If yes, okay, many said yes. And the answer is newspaper, telegram, right? So I was impressed. Oh, how did this happen, right? Our newcomer kids' parents are employed at the newspaper, that requires a lot of skills. But then when I did my follow-up qualitative research, and then I got to learn that these kids' parents were doing the night shifts, weekend shifts to fold newspapers, right? Insert the flyers. And so I've done a lot of these studies investigating their educational career settlement and got a few articles published if you're interested. And I will skip the theoretical conceptualization. So what I will be very focused on how my research started and how that impact our local the educational sector and what needs to be done. So the dissemination, the research, and over the years I have spoken with multiple groups of people, right? Had contact with the NLTA, the schools, the school board, and the Ministry of Education, and those of us who stay here, we know the Premier's Task Force for Better Education, right, in 2018. And so the results are that we got increased ESL teachers, right, positions now, and it's still going to increase. And reduced ESL teacher-students ratios, and when I started the research, I know that ratio was just unbelievable, right? Our ESL teachers were just way overworked. And our learn teachers as well, right? And Suzanne talked about the learn program. And I don't know if anyone have a question about the learn. So basically our learn teachers, one teacher taking care of all the newcomer students with educational gaps across all subjects. Okay, imagine that workload, okay, all subjects. And so later, the Learn program has expanded to several other schools. And I haven't followed up recent years due to COVID about, the situations there. But that's a good, that was at least a good development. And the policy improvements, and so we know after the task force report, we got a new multicultural education policy, right? And so we have our chapter and to indicate the importance of this profession and of these newcomers, right? And what I want to stress is that in the settlement sector, with the government support and expertise from within, because we do have some, people who really know what they're doing in ANC. So new tailored programs and the increased hiring of educated newcomers improved early experiences of many recent newcomers. And I would like to point out, I was so happy, these days when I came to the Link School and I saw the teachers were being more multicultural. I'm so happy with this. And is Barry here? No? Okay. Because I'm going to talk about our school board.
Sheldon.
Oh, sorry, Sheldon, yeah. And so with so much to celebrate, right? Our teachers and instructors still feel the reality challenging. So what I do in this, I'm not presenting a single study. I'm summarizing the unpublished qualitative data from several projects with regard to teacher education, and particularly the inequity and the inadequacies in the educational system. That constitutes part of the macro system of newcomer children, right? Both in K-12 and tertiary and adult basic education. That sector is often forgotten, okay? Our ABE program. And so in our K-12 system, I changed the word lack, the absence to lack, because I learned we had one in-service professional learning in the past few years, okay? In my previous presentation, it was an absence of teacher in-service professional learning, okay? An absence of pre-service education programs on working with the EAL newcomer students with the PTSD. I interviewed our school counselors, and they said they were learning on the job. There was no pre-service education dealing with PTSD, war-affected PTSD with the newcomer children. So our counselors working on the job, right? And so not to say our other teachers, right? And our classroom teachers, so many of them told me that they were desperate for some in-service learning. They didn't know, like a lot of teachers said, all of a sudden, I got one kid who sat at the back of the room and wouldn't talk and wouldn't respond to anything. I just didn't know what to do with the kid, right? As there was no way to communicate. So they try to get the ESL teacher, the Learn teacher, but how many situations can these teachers rescue, right? There are such a high demand of these teachers. And so they all express that they feel they're in deficit while working with these kids. They want to learn, they want to know how can I work with these kids better, right? So this in-service training is lacking in our school board. So although that one training was good, but I feel personally as a researcher, I think we can have a few more, right? And perhaps a more systematic, in-service training. And also there are those who teach, who wish to teach counsel newcomer children. We're looking for pre-service programs, but we're disappointed because we don't have one at Hmong, right? Being the province is only comprehensive university, and most of our teachers are from Hmong education. However, we don't have such a program, right? And it doesn't seem to be the priority on anyone's agenda. That's one of the things I'm trying to push, but I would need the field request. Please send your request to Hmong education, okay? So I have a good reason to develop these programs, okay? And certainly our seasoned ESL teachers, Learn teachers will be welcome, will be invited to participate in designing such courses, okay? So I think I mentioned the next line. So with our new arrivals, right, and the situation is becoming more dire, and so the stress level of students and teachers were multiplied, and needless to say, quite a few of you mentioned, right? So at the moment, Faculty of Education, we have no particular TESOL-related programming to B.Ed students. Okay, this is very interesting because B.Ed is the only channel that people can get into the K-12 system, right? And we don't have any focus on TESOL. There was only one course in our B.Ed program, 2222, and that has been suspended for years, right? It was not offered, hasn't been offered for years. And as a faculty, you know, in second language education, I teach all the courses at the graduate level. And so we have our second language specialization under the focus area, curriculum, teaching, and learning, right? And most of my students are French second language teachers, current teachers, right? Trying to get an upgrade. And then international, TEFL, teaching English as a foreign language, TESOL, teaching English as a second language, or teaching English as an additional language. All these backgrounds, international student, it's a mix, right? And what we don't have is a certificate program. It's a certificate program because my master's students, when they graduate, they're still not qualified to teach in the K-12. They need a B.Ed in order to teach K-12, okay? So you see what is missing, right? And during the pandemic, there was a huge demand for K-12 teachers in all areas. And I remember the dean's office sent out a notice and asking people qualified to just sub, right? However, I have a class full of well-trained, internationally trained EAL teachers, and they cannot be channeled into the school ESL teaching, okay? Something important is missing. And also local teachers who want to switch to teaching ESL, and there's a lack of channel because they don't need a degree, they need a certificate, right? That's what I mean by the certificate program. And then the ABE program. And we have quite a number of these newcomers. They come, like they kind of passed the high school age, but then their literacy level is not really as high for employment. And our ABE program was designed to meet the need of the high school dropouts, locals, right? And so the teachers, I went there and I realized the teachers were not equipped with the knowledge to work with refugee youth. So that's another thing, you know, we need to look into. And the good thing is ANC. I'm really happy with what ANC is doing now. They are going to offer the ABE program to newcomers belonging to this category. So far as I know, ABE used to be housed in Kona, right, the college, and later moved out and into the private colleges, right? And so the hiring of teachers is unknown. We don't know how the teachers are hired, and especially teachers working with newcomer youth, right? We don't know. So hopefully the teachers hired, you know, in the ANC ABE program, you know, will be able to bridge the gap. And the hiring process, practice. And in our province, it used to be any sub-teacher can teach ESL students. So it's like ESL is not a specialized area, okay? You're a teacher, you can work with ESL students. And there was no hiring standards, right? And no criteria for hiring. And things are changing, okay? With the effort of some of our members and, active advocates, for standardizing our profession, having our profession recognized, things are changing in the past few years, and I'm seeing small changes. But we haven't seen on paper, okay, a set of standards, what are required. And by the way, our province is the only province in Canada that doesn't have a TESOL certificate program. All other provinces have it. So hiring teachers not by their qualifications, but by priority, okay, seniority. And it hurts our teachers, okay? It hurts the profession, and it hurts our professional identity, right? And certainly the feelings of marginalization, felt by our students too, because they felt that they were just kicked around into here and there, not getting the attention that their local peers are receiving. And then foreign credentials recognition. This is not our problem alone. This has been a problem in Canada. Foreign trained professionals are having a hard time to have their qualifications recognized in Canada. That's why we have so many PhD holders driving taxis, okay? Doing all sorts of work. And our doctors, doctors from foreign countries are doing all sorts of work. So same, our qualified ESL teachers here and not getting any jobs, right? And you may have to serve dishes at a restaurant instead of teaching what you're good at doing, right? Yes, I think the next point I mentioned already, our international grads are not eligible for doing internship. Okay, that's another issue, internship. Our education internship, you have to go through the local B.Ed. If you want to do internship in the Master of Education, you have to be a local, okay? So our B.Ed program admits students, international students, into our program, but students are not allowed to do an intern because they can't work with the school kids. Don't ask me why. I'm just reporting what I have gathered, okay? So these are all the things that need to change. But I can't do it alone. I'm just one person, okay? So if you have any thoughts, you have some voices you want to express, send them in through, the right channels so we all know there's an issue and we'll address it together. Right? Changes will only happen if we all work together. Okay. And we're talking about low retention rate of newcomers to our province. We have the lowest retention rate, okay? Not just with our, TESOL professionals in every aspect. Our province has the lowest retention rate, still the lowest, okay? And so if we want to keep people here, and we got to do something, right? We can't make people feel they're inadequate and they're unequally treated and they don't have any future in the province. So this is what I mentioned earlier. Since the task force and the report and the situation has improved. So at least we have a guideline document. But a systematic change in government policies and university programming is called upon to improve the conditions of newcomers and their teachers. And this is what I deem as part of my job, my responsibilities. But again, I do need all of you to support me in achieving this. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Do you think that a good starting point would be Memorial offering a certificate in TESOL and if so, how does that work? Where are we with that? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is a possibility. It needs kind of a coordination between Memorial and me, TEAL and L, right? And TESOL Canada, because TESOL Canada is, what we affiliated to, right? And so they offer the TESOL certificate program. So to get the standard, right, to get their standard, we need people here, enough people to offer courses, enough courses, right? Enough courses to run. And that, for me, is not a problem. I can tell, name a few names here, I know who can work together with me, right? But the thing is, how do we make it a priority? It's very hard to put this mission onto someone's agenda and say, this is important, we got to do it.
Well, it's funny because I think that in our discussions here, talking to the government people, in the Office of Immigration,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is a significant political will to certainly welcome newcomers and to retain newcomers here.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, what you're suggesting and what seems to be apparent would only help that cause,
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of people working together to get that done.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like you use eating a no-brainer, but,
I know,
right?
yeah. It's been something, like I remember 2 years ago I was talking about, we need these changes, but we're still, at the same spot here. It's sometimes I hate to say it, but university programs sometimes and the research directions are so oriented toward the political climate, right? Sometimes it's hard.
But this seems to be like something that
Yeah.
that people want.
Yeah.
From the political perspective, if you want it, they want it.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's an opportunity here now to really
Mm-hmm.
to make this.
Yeah, here's an opportunity. The new president is from education background.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Field request, any field request saying we need a program, okay? And talk with the university and the faculty of education, and then eventually I will receive the order to develop a program.
I'm just curious, in addition to this, because I think this is super valuable, but is there also some movement within the faculty to look at adding this as an element or even just a unit in regular curriculum for all pre-service teachers? Because we're talking about this whole school approach. So you have your ESL teacher or your EAL teacher, learn teach population, but for our your everyday teacher who's in the primary program or in the secondary program, having elements of how to work with second language learners or additional language learners, multilingual learners.
Yeah, well, we do have some courses, sounds like kind of covering all of these, like a multicultural education or something like that, but not really concerning our newcomers.
I mean more within every course, like I did a primary degree, so there's reading, how to teach reading, and so within that, are there elements or is there a movement within the faculty to add some portions that would address the needs of this particular unit population?
Yeah, again, the needs have to be coming from the teachers, okay? The teacher candidates who request the change, and then change will happen.
And I think sometimes the interns are coming into my school and going away going, oh, there's all these students who don't speak English, I don't know what to do. So they're already into their program, so as pre-service teachers, they don't know what they don't know. So it's when they realize the gaps in their training, it's almost too late to ask. So I think I'm just curious if there's any momentum within the faculty that need is visible. And I know you're banging pots everywhere, I know that, but if people are picking that up and seeing that as a valuable piece to add to their curriculum.
Yeah, well, I will continue, right? I will continue. Yeah, you know.
One of the things that I think is important is that the government needs to do research on what has worked. There are pockets of schools that have retained a large number of newcomers.
Yes.
They need to ask why, they need to know what the schools did. I can give you some perfect examples. They need to talk to the people that know the answers, and I think that very often government doesn't talk to the people that know the answers, they talk to them.
Yeah. There is the communication problem, right? So when I was doing my research, I was bold enough to make an appointment with the minister's office and, talk with the minister and the senior, directors and stuff to talk about these issues, and made an appointment with the task force, and talk about my findings. So, but then when you don't have a good enough reason, and you can't just say we have, we'd like to chat about something. You have to have something specific, right? If the schools have a specific request, and I identified through my research specific issues, we can book an appointment and then have an open conversation here.
I think instead of saying what's not working, we need to look at what is working. I think that's another way to approach research.
Yeah, from a researcher's perspective, I know what is working. I know our programs, in the schools, and I know certain schools receiving the largest population of newcomers are doing great, right, in many things. But then some other schools receiving smaller numbers, and quite often people just don't know what to do, right? And some schools, even with the option of offering a learn program, right, is really dependent on the principal's decision. And many schools decided not to have one. It's just extra work, right? And you need extra resources. It's a lot of work. Sometimes, in reality, like Jim said, it's, researchers, it's easy to say this is what needs to be done, but in the real schools, right, classrooms, when you implement certain approaches or advocate for certain, policies, it's very difficult to get it done, right? Yeah, we just need to keep pushing.
I want to say something really
I'm
sorry.
Yeah, I think that there's a hand
Okay.
here, and then you, okay? And then I think my time is up.
Yeah, I was going to say you got 1 minute.
Yeah.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to Lynn's question and to you, Dr. Lee. Like, keep banging on the drums everywhere, because the pre-service education for at least primary elementary does exist at Mon. I know because I'm teaching it, but it's a 1-credit course.
Yes.
We're meeting on Tuesday afternoons for 2 hours for the month of November. And it's called Multilingual Classrooms, How to Prepare Pre-Service Teachers for Multilingual Classrooms.
Oh, multilingual, yeah, that's
You can't even scratch the surface of the iceberg in that much time. So we've only met once so far, but I was saying to them what Jim was saying, all the teachers are going to tell you, well, leave that for the ESL teacher. It's the ESL teacher's problem. No, you are the EAL teacher, and it is your problem. And how do you prepare for that in 5 sessions?
Yeah.
You don't. And where's the intermediate secondary program the same, right?
Yeah. You used to have the BEd 2222, which is teaching English as a second language, right? That course has been suspended, so.
I was just gonna say that I was one of those teachers that I was teaching in Labrador and then Fogo, and I got to St. Andrews Elementary, which is an amazing school and a big EAL population. And I had a group of grade 5 students, and I had 6 from Syria and 1 from Mexico, and I just did not know how to reach them and how to teach them. So I became really good friends with the EAL teacher. She's now retired. And then I didn't know what to do, but I knew I needed to do my master's eventually. So I wanted to do my master's. There wasn't one at Mon. So I moved to Nova Scotia and did my master's between SMU and Mount St. Vincent. But my question was like about the pre-service thing as well. Like I didn't know that I needed to know how to teach these English as additional language learners before I started education, and then I kind of backtracked and took time off work and kind of did the master's. But then on the flip side, I have a lot of educators right now within the district, and they're like, I want to be an EAL teacher, I see the need, how do I go about it? But again, so they're within the district, but they don't have the training and they can't give the training.
Yes.
But then there's other people, like you said, in your programs that have the training but don't have, the BED. So like, there is a major, major disconnect.
Yes, exactly. So the classroom teachers who want to work with the newcomer kids, they need some training, a certificate program as an add-on to what they have already at. And then the foreign trained teachers, and they need some way to get into our teaching profession,
to bridge the gap, right?
Yeah. All right. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for sharing your concerns and the impediments in the field of TEAL, and for your thought-provoking talk. Now, we have 2 other presenters in our session 3. I want to welcome Khaled Al-Hariri and Saeed Burje Mashhadi, which are both graduate students from the Faculty of Education at Memorial University, with their presentation on intercultural competence in the context of English as a lingua franca. I would like you to introduce yourself more for our audience.
Absolutely, thank you very much. I want to tell you a secret. This is not the actual weather in Newfoundland. Don't tell anybody, because they might be upset with me. Okay. So my name is Khalid, and I'm a PhD candidate at Memorial University in the Faculty of Education. And I also work at the Association for New Canadians and Language Services. And today myself and my co-presenter Saide, we are going to talk about intercultural competence. We'll try to make it brief. This is a huge topic. We will try to make it as brief as possible. And I'm gonna touch, like, basically, it's interesting because before I came to Canada, I used to think that everybody is now calling English a lingua franca. And wherever I went, that was the word that everybody used. But then when I came to Canada, I noticed that people are calling it maybe second language or additional language, which to me, like, I go home, I speak Arabic, but outside I speak English, so it's my second language. I can't say it's just an additional language, but at the same time, it's just one of the languages that I speak. But I still believe it's a lingua franca, so I thought maybe it's good to start with explaining or reminding you what a lingua franca is. So, with more non-native speakers in the world than native speakers, English is used everywhere. So the other night I was invited somewhere and there was a gentleman from Ukraine, and without even noticing, I found myself speaking English, although I knew that this gentleman didn't speak much English. So it is the lingua franca. It's the language that we have to use in any kind of communication when we don't share a language. Now, what was interesting is that the gentleman knew some Arabic words, but still I can't call that a lingua franca because we spoke Arabic together. I can call it a shared language, but I can't call it the lingua franca of the world because I was living in Dubai for maybe 7 years, and in Dubai, whenever I met someone from Brazil or from China or from anywhere in the world, without thinking, without like noticing myself, I found myself speaking English because this is the language that we assume that everybody knows in the world, and everybody communicates in the world. So this raises the question of who owns English, who owns the language. Is it the native speakers, or is it the people who use this language in their everyday communication? Now, in terms of numbers, if you want to be democratic here, of course, it's not going to be you guys from like native-speaking countries. I'm sorry to say this. It's going to be us because we are more than you. We use English every day. Even when I was living in Syria, where English is not a very important language in day-to-day communication, we still had to use English to some extent for certain communication, for export, for import, for whatever kind of communication that had to involve someone who doesn't speak Arabic. So that brings us to another question, actually, which is language descriptive or is it prescriptive? So do we base language on the way it's being used among its speakers? So is the language that I use, with all the mistakes that I make, is it still an English language or not? Now, the problem is that I don't have answers. I have questions, so if you have answers to these questions, you're welcome to tell me. But what I understand, and based on my experience, my short experience in the field, is that it is English is mostly descriptive. It's based on how we use it. Now, I kept thinking about this until I moved to Newfoundland. And in Newfoundland, when I saw people saying to me, "How goes it?" or like all these like weird structures to me, which are not grammatically accurate, I understood that, yes, language is descriptive. So this emphasizes the fact that we should call English a lingua franca because it's based on descriptions and on the multiplicities of its forms. Now, someone defined, and I don't know how to pronounce their name, but they defined English as a lingua franca as any use of English among speakers of different first languages for whom English is not the first language. Now that means if I'm from Syria and Saideh is from Iran, so the language that we're using, regardless of whether it's accurate or not accurate, that's lingua franca. And then someone else said, no, English as a lingua franca is, or happens, or takes place when native speakers interact with non-native speakers. Because in that type of communication, we try to amend the language to make it more understandable to the non-native speaker. Now, that is interesting, because if we look at this short video, we will see that even native speakers use English as a lingua franca. Let's see how. Okay, now, where is the mouse? Okay, there.
Is famous for being difficult to understand, but the Glaswegian accent can be even more difficult. There are words and phrases in Glasgow that sound a bit like a foreign language even, so I'm on a mission to find some people to help me translate. Okay, so I love the Glaswegian accent, and I was wondering if you could teach me some local phrases.
Well, it's very hard to bring them to mind, this sort of thing. It's all right with his eyes and not going and happy his eyes. You understand?
That is correct English. So when this gentleman speaks English, and maybe I don't know how many of you could understand that English, and I speak English and I make a few mistakes every now and then in my pronunciation or in my choices of words or in my grammar structures, why don't you call it English? Why isn't it good enough as English, right?
The Scottish accent.
Okay, we saw that. We want to move on. So what are the features of English as a lingua franca? So number one, negotiation, which means negotiating the language. So when sometimes I speak to some of my native speaker friends and I say, oh, you know, like this, I want to buy this thing that you put there, and like, you know, and then there's light. Oh, curtains. Oh, yes, curtains. So I have to negotiate the language in order to understand what am I talking about. Number two is, is fluency. So the focus is actually on fluency rather than accuracy, because these differences, and I'm going to talk about this later on, so these differences that we see in the way I speak, grammar, vocabulary, whatever, again, these are maybe, as long as the message is clear and conveyed, these are not mistakes actually, but these are different ways of speaking the language. And this is like, you know, like would you call Singaporean English not Singaporean English? Because they may use certain words that are different. I remember I watched a video by David Crystal, and he was talking about his visit to South Africa, and then somebody said to him, oh, there is a rowboat ahead. And then he said, and I was thinking like, what? Like a rowboat ahead? What does that mean? And then he said, it turned out that traffic light in South Africa is called a rowboat. So these are differences that I will not call them accurate, but I will call them like part of English now, part of the enrichment and the enlargement, let me say, of English. And the third feature of English as a lingua franca is flexibility. So when our students make a few mistakes, but still the message is clear and conveyed, we should be flexible to say, well, okay, now maybe that's not 100% accurate according to grammar books, but still, that's English, and they can function with that English. They can go, you know, like work, they can interact with people using that flexible English. Now, enough with English as a lingua franca. Now let's talk about culture. Now, in culture we have two, let's say, categories. So we have first the objective elements of culture, which include everything that we see or hear or listen to. And I know that like postmodernists don't like to say, oh, that we can define culture or we can like, you know, like categorize things. But I'm not, you know, I come from the Middle East. I'm used to like saying, if my dad says this is the way it is, then it is the way. I don't know another way. So we categorize things. So that includes food, behavior, traditional dress, and all these things. And these things, we can teach them. We can change them. So we can feel comfortable sharing. Like I feel comfortable, for example, sharing my food and telling you about Syrian food and how like kibbeh is better than I don't know what, shawarma, for example. But then we have subjective elements which have to do with beliefs, what I think or believe is good or bad, and thought patterns. I don't like to use the word critical thinking because I feel it's very exhausted. And by the way, just like on as a side note, we as international students in like most of the research that I saw, we are criticized for being not good critical thinkers. But yes, we are not, maybe, but like we may have another way of thinking, which is not necessarily wrong. So how about the culture of ELF? Now that we know what, like the two elements, let's say, or two styles, or two categories of culture. So what could be the culture of ELF? I know there is like echo, but this shouldn't touch anything to remove the echo, so yeah, I think this is better. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I'll move it. So, in the culture of ELF, basically, we rely a lot on asking questions. So, when I was living in Dubai, and people say that maybe there are 200 nationalities in Dubai, and like I don't know how many cultures, maybe so much more, or so many more cultures. Basically, the most important thing was to keep asking questions. So we want to make sure that we understand, and I want to refer actually to Suzanne Fitzpatrick's presentation when she said, don't pick on like certain questions, or don't pick on like students for like certain information, or ask them a lot. So instead of that, what happens is that maybe we can introduce ourselves much more to the culture of our students. So how can this happen? Well, we'll talk about this now. First of all, to start with intercultural awareness, number one is to understand oneself. So me as a student, I want to understand myself. So my teacher should help me to understand myself. What do I believe in? What do I like? What do I don't like? What kind of behavior do I prefer, for example? Number two, which I feel is very important, is exchanging experiences. So let's have students sit in groups and talk about their experiences. So what I see, for example, with the Syrian community over here, is that once we finish school, we go home and we sit all together and we speak Arabic, and we share the same food, and we do the same things that we did in Syria. But guys, we are living in Canada. It's a multicultural country. So what we need to do is to try as teachers, because we are the gateways for like newcomers and newcomer students, whatever like age they are, to a multicultural society like Canada. So we have to think of ways to encourage these students and their parents, depending on the age you're teaching, to exchange experiences, to have like people from different cultures getting together and doing activities together in order to try to break these stereotypes and like all these ideas that I might have about people from China or people from Iran or people from Syria. Then it's good to point out similarities and differences, but I will keep that for Saide because she's going to touch on that a little bit more. And encouraging, what happened? Okay, you shouldn't look at that the last line, please, okay? Pretend it's not there, please. Now, for intercultural competence, I'm suggesting quickly appreciating the interference of the first culture. I cannot avoid the fact that I come from a certain culture. So that's both for culture and for language. So the interference of my first culture will be always there. Even when I try to be a global citizen, even when I try to interact with other people with respect, I will still have some elements of my first culture in my communication. Questioning stereotypes, and that is really important, because I was reading something about how curriculum books are fostering stereotypical images about other cultures. So when you go to books that are published by, say, Oxford, or I don't know what kind of publishing company, you will see the British gentleman who is always successful and who is doing all the good things. And this is a stereotype that is being implemented in the brain of the student in some way or another. So we have to foster or encourage in our students the questioning of these stereotypes. Not only that, but also stereotypes in the classroom, because when we look at our classrooms with students coming from Africa, Middle East, Asia, everywhere in the world, South America, and we see how different they are, and basically it's because they haven't talked to each other, because all they know about each other is what they got from a movie, maybe. I was watching with one of my friends the other day a movie about the Middle East, and I was saying oh my God, this is not us. I can guarantee you, this is not us, for sure. 100%. So that's where we get most of our information, unfortunately. So questioning these stereotypes is very important, and implementing in our students the fact that we should always ask, is this that we see in this movie correct about this culture? You don't have to look at the movie. You have your friend from Eritrea or from Syria. Let's ask them. Let's make a conversation and talk about these things. How do you do these things? So like some people believe that in the Middle East, people marry 4 wives. So I like to bring that into discussion sometimes in my classrooms and say, yeah, oh, what do you think about that? And then the men, like they are happy. Oh yeah, I can marry 4 wives. Like his wife is there and she's like, oh. And I said to him, yeah, I know that, you can do that. You know that in other cultures, a woman can marry 4 husbands. So how about that? And I'm like, so why did your attitude change? So like exchanging these experiences, I feel is really important. I'll leave some time for you. Don't worry, don't look at me like this. I'll just hide somewhere. Okay. Focusing on similarities, and actually this presentation is based on a paper that I published in April, and the main idea of the paper is how we want a cultura franca, just similar to lingua franca, and we have a lot of similarities between each other. And although we might practice some of these similarities in slightly different ways, but still we have these similarities, and that's what Saida is going to talk about. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I like the microphone, I don't like to read the microphone. And then finally, encouraging students to experience each other's cultures. So instead of me representing Syria, how about me representing China today? Or me representing Iran today? Let me try another culture. I don't want to just keep talking about myself, because hey, I'm good, I'm the best, and what about the others? Did you try to see what the others are doing? No. Okay, so what? So I think it's really good and important to encourage our students to, try to live the experiences of other people, of other cultures. Now, before Saida comes to take the microphone from me, which I don't like actually, I will say just one more thing. And I remember when I started learning French, my teacher, it was a completely new language for me, and I use even a different alphabet and completely different. So our amazing teacher, she said, okay, so this is your first class today, so I'm going to list a few words in French that you use in Arabic. And she got maybe 30 or 40 words in French that we use in Arabic, like taxi, bus, television, whatever. And I remember that I went home and I said to my brother, oh my God, I speak French. I know a lot of words in French. Why? Because she started with the similarities. She didn't start with the differences. Now, I will leave it for Saida to tell you about the similarities that we found out in that paper. Saida, please. Are you happy you got my...
Thank you, Khalid, for leaving 1 minute for me.
It's actually 5 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Saida, and I'm a graduate student at Memorial University.
That's enough.
Okay. As Khalid already explained about the concept of English as a lingua franca, it aims that the speakers of various first languages just communicate through any use of English. Similar to the concept of English as a lingua franca, let's say similar to the concept of lingua franca, the purpose of the use of cultura franca is to find some shared values, norms, and morals that all the societies with different cultures share, and then the communicators can use these shared values and morals as a starting point for their communications. There was a study conducted by Kerry et al. In 2019, and he actually studied on 60 societies, 60 different cultures, and then concluded that there are 7 different morals that are the same among all of these cultures. These are actually some cooperative behaviors that are always considered as morally good. The first one is, how did you make the presentation? The first one is family values. I think it's the same in all the societies with all the cultures. We all care about our families. We do like to help our family members. Being a loving mother, being a protective father, to help a brother or sister, to care about what your family members does, to feel responsible about their behaviors, to help your family member when they're in need. So all of the cultures believe in these family values, and it doesn't matter where you come from and what culture and background you have. The second one is group loyalty. Group loyalty. Helping a group and group members is also considered as a shared value among cultures. When you actually put yourself at risk to help others, when you when you are willing to take on challenges, when you want to help others, this is something that is considered valuable in all societies, no matter where you come from. Reciprocity. It means to engage with reciprocal cooperation, to trust someone, to return a favor, to let's say feel guilty when you fail to actually return those kind of favors and these things, to fulfill an agreement, to want to actually, do you have any idea on that?
Which one?
Reciprocity.
Reciprocity, yeah. Exchange, like it's the idea of exchanging, you know, like the give and take.
Right. And also bravery. Being brave is valuable everywhere. To be brave, to be courageous, to be heroic, even especially in a battle. This is also a matter of actually a shared moral among all societies and all cultures. Respect. I think we all believe in respecting our superiors. When you respect your older family members, when you respect your leaders, to be loyal, to be to be obedient to those who lead, to those who have, to those who are older than you, and we all believe in respect, no matter where we come from, no matter what background we have. And also fairness. The concept of fairness is dividing disputed resources rather than fighting over them. Dividing the rewards of a collective activity fairly, equally, or according to the efforts and contribution that everyone has. So this is fairness. And the last one would be property. This relates to respecting other people's possessions and properties. To, for example, thieving, stealing and robbing are bad behaviors all over the world. Or using someone else's property without their permission, or do not, if you do not respect other people's homes and personal space, you're not actually respecting their property. And these are some shared morals that are the same among all cultures. Now the teachers can actually use these shared values and they can teach these context in the these things in a ELF, English as a lingua franca context, to emphasize how people from different cultures can behave in different situations. So it can be a starting point of communications. Learners can use these shared patterns to facilitate their communication with people from other cultures when they're working on a team, or actually when they're working under the supervision of a mentor. And the teachers should actually use simple methods to teach these shared commonalities, that so that it would lead to less, and it would lead to avoid stereotyping. As Khalid already mentioned, we should question that. Thank you.
Take the microphone back. Okay, now, if you're still awake and you have questions, Saidi will not answer, I will answer. I like the microphone, I'm sorry.
Actually, Khalid, what you talk about and the concept of lingua franca reminds me of resonates with me a lot, and reminds me of my own situation 10 months ago when I want to leave my country for the first time to living in another country which people in that country speak English, and I only have experience learning English in some private institution and as some courses in the school, but I've never speak English before that, before 10 months ago. And I just shared my concern with one of my professors, and she was actually in the field of TESOL, and she told me that there is no such a thing as English all around the world anymore. English become Englishes, and we have Chinese English, Japanese English, Arabic English, and you can have your own way of communicating with people with Persian English. And I feel it's like a moment, and I feel like, so maybe I can pave my way in this path.
Well, even, like English as a lingua franca is a more flexible term than what your supervisor is referring to, because I think your supervisor is referring to world Englishes, and that's the difference. So world Englishes is like Singapore Singlish or Chinglish, but English as a lingua franca is like a postmodern kind of understanding of English, that it's like a flexible, descriptive language to make it, yes, more communicative with people. And unlike Arabic, for example, when I think of Arabic, I don't know if it's the same for Persian or Farsi, but Arabic, it has to be connected to the pre-Islamic poetry. So it's like pre-Islamic poetry is what sets the rules for Arabic, and then we have to follow these rules. And if I try to use Arabic in a different way, then I will be labeled as, wrong. But in English it's different, because English was, in the first place, it was meant to be the language of commerce, and and then after that it became the language of academia as well, and all these things. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
I don't have a question, but I really just want to comment on that small video clip of Glasgow English, because I experienced it firsthand. I traveled there on the train, and the lady next to me, and talked with me a lot, and I couldn't understand anything. She had no trouble understanding my Chinese English, right? I had trouble understanding her Glasgow English.
Yeah. Well, it happens to me here sometimes, because I work at the Association for New Canadians, and sometimes Arabic-speaking clients come to me with the phone in their hands and Khalid, can you talk to them? I don't know what's happening. I don't know who that person is or what's happening. I just okay, and then someone speaks heavy Newfoundland accent, and okay, I want to pretend in front of the seating clients. Yeah, I know, it's happening. It's all good. Stay okay. Thank you very much, and
Well, thank you very much, Saida and Khaled. Now for the next session, the fourth one, I would like to welcome Tina Rowe from Newfoundland and Labrador English School District with her interesting topic on help, I have a newcomer in my class. What do I need to know?
Hey,
Okay, walk this way.
yeah, have a walk around.
Well, I really worked hard today to talk to everybody that came into this room. So I think I've actually met everyone except for someone who came in just for the afternoon, this gentleman with the dark hat. We haven't met yet. I think everybody else I have spoken to. Am I correct? Yes. If I have not spoken to you today, raise your hand. Is there anyone? So you're the only one that I haven't spoken to. So what is your name?
My name is Ali.
Ali, nice to meet you. And you're with MUN,
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tina. Because they told me I had to introduce myself, so I did that before I got up here. Okay. So, can I put it up here? I'll let the technical guys work on that. So I found out I was going to do a presentation on Monday morning, which was the same day I got started a new job. I'll tell you all about it now. So, yes, on Sunday I talked to Suzanne and I said, how's it going? How's the schedule filling up? And she said, yeah, it's good. I think we've got everybody. And I was like, phew. Because 2 years ago when they did the conference, I said to them, yeah, probably in 2 years when we do it again after COVID, I might present. 2 years later, didn't present, didn't do anything. So on Sunday I said, yeah, if you have a cancellation now, let me know and I can speak for about 15 minutes. And it's funny how there was a cancellation and I'm here now Monday. So yeah, I started a new job Monday morning. So my name is Tina Rowe and I was an EAL itinerant, but now I am an EAL itinerant coach with NLESD. It's a brand new position. For those of you who are outside the province, I don't know, who is listening to us online? Are they all provincial people or is there other people? How do I change it?
Online are most likely the out of province, I think.
We're all in the province.
Out of the province.
Okay, for those of you who are out of the province, NLESD stands for Newfoundland Labrador English School District, and that's who I work for. So the EAL coach is a new role within the district. In fact, three of us were hired, and my colleagues are here with me today. Suzanne Barber, who most of you know, and Stephanie Nash-Pierce, who many of you may not know, but she's also working as a coach with us. So they were hired with me on Monday, and I hope they can coach me as I stumble through a presentation that is very ill-prepared. It's called Help I Have a Newcomer, and I want to say a newcomer does not mean that they don't speak English. That's the problem, because sometimes I get called to a school and they say, we have a newcomer. And I say, really? And I remember I was at Mount Pool Intermediate like last year, and I said, really? Well, can I get some information on that student? They said, no, we'll just go get her. So they brought her down, and she came, and I said, oh, hi, where are you from? She said, Nigeria. And I said, oh, yeah, so one of the things I do is I just welcome people who are new to the schools. Because I didn't want to tell her I'm an EAL teacher, because I knew her first language was English, in fact. So anyway, but she had dark skin, so they thought she might need some help. And she had a foreign name. So anyway, when you have a newcomer who does not speak English, what do I do? Well, more and more newcomers are being welcomed to the province. And they're settling in not just St. John's, but all over Newfoundland and Labrador. Let me give you an interesting example. I read the other day that there's a school that's 2 hours from town, Swift Current. How many people here have been to Swift Current?
What?
Swift Current. Not Swift Current, Saskatchewan. Swift Current, Newfoundland. Yeah.
You mean with 8 people in the school?
Yeah. So Leah knows about this. There's 9 children in the school, actually. And apparently 2 Ukrainians are going to settle there. And there's now going to be 11 students in that school. And it's from K to 8. So anyway, if you've ever been to Swift Current, they have a little shop there called Verdon's Toy Antique Car Shop.
That's not a little shop.
No. It's not a little shop, I was going to tell you. It's a huge shop. And it's a fabulous place to go. It's only 2 hours from St. John's, and he's got some amazing cars there. So the other day I was reading the paper and I heard that Vernon, who owns this car shop,
every time anyone graduates from high school out there, he loans them any car they want in the shop. And I thought, that's crazy. But then I realized it's only every few years that a student graduates from grade 12 from that school. And Vernon's probably taught them to drive. Okay? So what an opportunity for these Ukrainian students to work in such small group. And if anyone's interested in research, what an interesting research topic that could be, right? Well, before I begin my presentation, I want to say that ESL is becoming into the mainstream because now we were a Halloween meme this year. Oh, yeah. Right? ESL teacher. So one of the best, right? One of the best PDs I've ever had, well, that I do on a daily basis, is go on Facebook, because I'm a member of a lot of Facebook groups. And I know, put your hand if you're a member of ESL teacher Facebook groups. All my friends, all my friends. And it's a great little PD group. And you can find out what they're doing all over the world. Like, what are they doing in the States? What are some great ideas? And that's when I fall down my rabbit hole, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm still finding out about EAL teaching. So anyway, congratulate ourselves on the Halloween meme. So notice the world decor, yes? Well, not in the cafeteria, but world decor, got it. Paperwork and fatigue, certainly with all the Ukrainians and Afghans coming in, we're all pretty tired of that paperwork. Hotline to the guidance department, and the guidance department, according to many people, saying, I don't know what to do either. And we have dead stare to how many languages do you speak? Because of course everyone thinks I speak all those languages. Only 5 of them. No, I'm just kidding. I speak Japanese, English, and French. But, and info on soccer tryouts. Gotta have that, right? But, so my job title is called coach. And any friend, I have to laugh because any friend of mine would think like, Tina is a coach? Like what? Coaching what? One of my biggest regrets though is that I didn't become a coach sooner, because when I was at St. Andrews, I had some students, and I knew they were really good at soccer. And I really wanted to get a little soccer team for them and get like soccer competitions in the elementary school, but I didn't want to be a coach. And then I had some kids who were really good at basketball, and they went on to play for MUN, and I was thinking, I should have been a basketball coach, but finally I am a coach now. Anyway, that's good. So we became a Halloween meme, good. But now back to the presentation. It's really important that we learn to keep newcomers and people that come to our province here, because it's projected that by 2025, which is what? Literally almost 2 and a little bit from now, we're going to have a 10% decline in our working age population. That's 35,000 less people working. I need someone to take care of me in my old age, so we need some people here. And I'm probably going to be one of those people retiring by 2025, because next year I will have 25 years with the school district, and I'm considering retiring and working at the NC, maybe part-time, like Leo did.
Let's talk.
Let's talk, right? So it's really important that we really work on getting people here and keeping them here, and we need to think about what works. So why is it so important to develop those skills of those classroom teachers? And why were we given this job to start with? Why were we given this job? Because listening to everybody today, it sounds like we need to get all teachers, every teacher that's working in our schools on board. I'm just going to show you a graph. This is a kind of startling graph, because if you look at it, it shows the amount of time ELL spend with each teacher. Now, how many days on average do you think that we have school? Any guesses? Oh, I forgot my candy in the car. I will get it for you later. Okay, how many days of school do we have in a year in Newfoundland and Labrador generally? Now, Leo, you are the principal. You probably know that. 190. But then we got snow days, then we got PD. We got about 180 days, right? We actually teach in our school system. 180, that's 900 hours in a year that a student has with their classroom teacher. 900 hours. If we had an EAL teacher, and the EAL teacher was going to
I had probably 6 or 7 schools through the years, every year. I would probably see my students 3 times in a cycle. And that's if I scheduled groups and I worked really hard. And most of the time I saw them 2 times a week. That's just 50 hours in a whole year. That's pretty much 2 days. I mean, imagine someone learning a language that said you had 2 days. That's how much time the EL teacher is spending with their students sometimes. So that's why we have to have that capacity for classroom teachers. And that's very, very important. I mean, that's 90, Suzanne and I were trying to do the math last night. We said that's 95%. We're not math teachers, okay? I know we need to teach some math too, but I'm just saying it was 95% of the time with their classroom teachers and 5% with their EAL teacher. So that's a pretty stark example. All right, you guys have been sitting too long. So I'm just going to ask you to maybe stretch your arms a little bit, shake it out or something. All right, now I'm just going to ask you, I'm just going to put something on the board, and I want everybody to just do it. When you're done, put your hand up, okay? Are you ready? Now I'm just going to read and follow directions and do this. Oh, sorry. Who is a classroom teacher here? Who has been a classroom teacher? Okay, a lot of us were classroom teachers, including me. I was an English teacher. I did consumer studies in 2001 with a very old textbook. In 2001, I taught consumer studies at St. Kevin's Hall, and it said, someday there will be ATMs everywhere, and there will be computers. And that was in 2001. That was the textbook I was using. But yeah, so I've been a classroom teacher. But anyway, so how are classroom teachers feeling? I think they're feeling unprepared to support their EL learners. So one of our roles as ESL coaches is to assist classroom teachers in being more prepared and confident in meeting the needs of the students. That's what the job was as we're defining it right now. We're still learning, right? But our role is just to assist classroom teachers in being more prepared and confident in meeting the needs of our EL learners. But again, we started on Monday, and we hit the ground running, and we're still learning. All right, go ahead. You get a sweet. Good student. What about the rest of you? Come on.
That's my
follow along. I have 2 students. 2 good students who get candies. Good job, everybody.
Can I have a chocolate?
Yeah, I got chocolate and coffee. See me later, Grace. You may see me. You 2 are getting treats. You're getting stickers. All right, what about the rest of you?
Can we use Google Translate?
Well, yeah, just saying. Okay, maybe your oral language is better than your written word. Maybe your reading and writing needs some help. Let me just say it for you. Okay, let's do it. Tate. Suwate. Walao. Okay, go ahead. Tate. Suwate. Walao. Again, you still didn't. Okay, now listen, when that EAL coach was in here, Tina, she told me, you gotta do visuals. Yeah, what else did she say? She said visuals. What else did she say? Oh yeah, modeling. What else was it she said? Do you remember? Remember when that EAL coach was here? She said, total physical response. She said something like that. Okay, all right, let me see what I can do with that. Okay. Tate, Suwate, Walao. Okay, Tate. Oh my God, Suwate, Walao. Wow, that was so easy, right? Now you're all doing it. Now, what language was that?
Japanese.
Japanese. But why did Shumei and Grace do it? How did they know?
The written form is Chinese.
Right, but when I said it orally, they didn't do anything. But the written form, Chinese and Japanese are very similar. So that's how they could do it when I had the written form, but they couldn't do it when I said it orally. Okay, so you saw how simple that was. It took me 1 minute to turn on the smartboard and find something, right? So the reason what I wanted to talk about today was that October 2022, last month, our boss, who is Sheldon Barry, and he said he's only been in the job for 3 months, but he's already accomplished quite a bit because he had to. There's so many students coming in so quickly, he didn't have a choice. He had to, right? He had to do something. So what he asked us to do in October, he said, is there any of you guys, Learn and EAL teachers, who want to get together and maybe plan something about sending some PD out? Because people are crying for some PD. Swift Current, Gander, Corner Brook, they all need some PD. So there were probably about 12 of us who put our names forward to help out. And so Sheldon had 2 groups. He had a group for working with classroom teachers, which I was on, and he had a group for resources. So the people that were on my group, I think a couple of them are here today. David Scare. David, you can raise your hand because he worked on this. And Nicole, who's not here this afternoon, I guess. Yeah.
She had to leave, she wasn't the only one.
Okay, yeah, because she's expecting a baby in March? Yeah. So it was a small working group of 6 people. These are their names, and they're in alphabetical order there. There were 6 of us, and our plan was to develop PD for classroom teachers who are working with newcomers for the first time. And it was supposed to be something simple, just something like we could send out right away so that they can maybe do some self-directed PD for a couple of hours or something, or just read through and get some quick and easy ideas. So I'm going to share it with you, but it's kind of tricky for me because here today I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, and I don't know how to say that in another language. I was trying to think, what is a non-religious way to say preaching to the choir? Anybody have any ideas?
Not in Chinese.
Not Chinese? Because I really looked online. I'm always Googling stuff, going down that rabbit hole.
We do.
What do you
it
say?
has something with the carpentry.
Yeah?
You play carpentry in front of the master.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I'm building a table in front of the expert carpenters. Yes.
In my husband's language, it's don't teach your father how to make babies.
Don't teach your father how to make babies. Thank you. I love Proverbs. I love Proverbs.
I like that one better.
So I'm saying, I don't want to teach my father how to make babies here, but thank you. That's a good one. So I love collecting Proverbs because I enjoy traveling and meeting people from different cultures. Those of you who know me know that about me. But one of my favorite Proverbs is, there's no use squeezing your buttocks after a fart. I thought that's very true. But I definitely am a fan of Proverbs. But I will remember that for a long time. And I will probably use it in my presentations if I may, Martha. Have at it. Okay, so this is a list of 6 people, and our task was just to develop some PD. And so what we did is we said, what are some strategies that teachers really need to have to make their EAL teachers feel welcome? What are some things that we can do from the get-go? If you have a newcomer in your class that doesn't speak any English. And so the 6 of us, we had a couple of days, maybe the first couple of hours, maybe we're not that productive, but by the end of it, we came up with these 7 strategies. And I'll go through each one, and I'm going to ask you to tell me what's missing, and maybe add something. And again, because I'm telling, I don't know how I'm going to say this now, how I'm telling people how to make babies who've already done it. Some of us are still making babies, some of us haven't yet, but anyway, here we go. So these were the strategies that we came up with. And we said you've got to make a connection. And how you make a connection, there's so many ways to do it. One of the ways I like to do is during the first couple times I take a student out, I find out what's their favorite color, what do they like to eat, what kind of sport do they like. I've got all the visuals. I go back in and I ask him, what's your favorite color? And he says, blue. And I say, who else likes blue? Or who else likes pizza? How you make connection, it doesn't matter how you do it. But that student's going to make connections with his classmates, and he's going to make connections with his teachers. You've got to practice culturally responsive teaching. And that just means knowing who your student is, right? And getting to know your student. So I have lots of funny stories. You can ask me anytime. Now I've talked to everybody, so we're all friends here. But we're going to hopefully learn to make some connections. And like I had one student, and he spoke Swahili. And I went back to his class, and I said to his class, "You guys know Swahili too?" And they said, "No, we don't, miss." I said, "You do. How many students watch The Lion King? How many of you watch The Lion King?" So you know some Swahili, don't you? Do you know what Simba means?
Oh,
What does Simba mean? Lion. Lion. Yeah. Anybody know what Rafiki means? Anybody know what Rafiki means? Friend. So you're all friends here. Friend is Rafiki. Literally, that's what it means. Simba is lion, Rafiki is friend, and the games we like to play, Jenga, means build. The game Jenga is build. So I told my students, you know Swahili. And I said, we all know Hakuna Matata, right? And literally, Hakuna Matata means no troubles. So when you make connections with students about things they already know, you're making content accessible. So some people say to me, well, Tina, they're using technology as a crutch. And I say, good, isn't that great? They're using technology as a crutch. So they're using crutches until they're ready to walk, and then they might use a cane, and then they're going to start walking, and soon they'll be running. So let's just say, I ask you to watch a Spanish, well, listen, I've done it lots of times where I speak Japanese, and I ask students, how long have I been talking? And they say, oh God, how long have I been talking? I say, how long have I been talking? They say, 3 minutes. And I said, no, that was just 15 seconds. They're like, what? Because when you listen to a foreign language, it's tiring, especially when you're listening, really listening. So if you were watching a Spanish movie, is it better to watch the movie with the subtitles and pick up a few words, or is it better to watch it and not understand anything? So that's the way I look at it. So lots of visuals and modeling to make that content accessible. And I remember I said to someone the other day, he was actually an EAL teacher, and I said, yeah, we need to have comprehensible input. He said, what the hell's that? And I said, well, comprehensible input is, when you've got to input that's just a little bit above where the student is, but you're making a connection. So these were the 2 things that we came up with, of the 7. We also said, support their social emotional health, because we all talked about what it's like. I think Suzanne Fitzpatrick, you're here. You talked about, what was the term you used? Oh, Suzanne, we were just talking about the term you used when a student is missing their culture.
Cultural bereavement. Yeah.
Cultural bereavement, right? So they're suffering from that cultural bereavement. So we've got to be more empathetic and aware of the social and emotional needs of our EAL students. And like teachers that say, oh, he's here a week, he's still not talking, so just, he's listening, and helping our students feel welcome. And there's nothing worse than everybody getting your name wrong and getting it wrong for a long, long time. So I tell students, teach us your name. Don't just tell me your name one time and we'll just get it wrong for a long time. I remember my first year teaching. It was in June, and the guidance counselor was giving a special award to a student. And I remember that guidance counselor said, yeah, she's getting the award, but her name's too difficult to say. I think it's, and she just said whatever, and I was just, like all she had to do was ask, how do I say your name? So, and it's also really important, so welcoming your students means you're pairing them with someone who speaks their L1, or you're pairing them with helpful and friendly peers, and it's tiring for the peers as well. So I tell teachers, maybe they're going to be with Susie for, they go, well, we're going to move our desk, and I'm like, yeah, we're going to move our desk, and we're going to put that EAL student close to your desk, and she's like, oh, really? Because usually they're at the back and I don't have to worry about them, right? And I'm like, no, we're going to move them up. So, getting a student to change and work with different people at different times. I don't know what time I started. Does anyone know? You're kidding me, 3 minutes. Okay, so support the English language learning. Label, right? Lots of modifications. Use the technology you have. And trauma-informed teaching. That's really important because trauma impacts students' learning. You can't learn unless you lower the affective filter. What the hell does that mean? No. Lowering the affective filter means just making students feel comfortable in the classroom. I know that when I'm anxious, I can't do things. I can't retain things. Like right now, I'm nervous. I can't retain or think or speak properly. So you have to be aware of students. They're suffering from a lot of trauma.
And you may think, well, Tina, you really don't know anything about trauma. You were probably born in Canada, grew up in Canada. But there was something that happened to me which was really very interesting. They had a mock refugee camp here in Newfoundland. Did anyone go to that?
Really?
With the Red Cross, the mock refugee camp? Yeah. I was actually there with Suzanne and my daughter. And at one point, there was a mock refugee camp set up in Bannerman Park?
Yes.
Yeah. And the guy said, I'm just going to take your daughter over here now. And he literally took my daughter and I didn't see her. And I almost started to well up and cry because I was just thinking about my students and how they had that suffering. And it was just so traumatic for me. And I can't forget it. And I probably didn't see my daughter for about 2 minutes. But it was just really like, it was heartbreaking for me. So you have to think about the potential triggers of trauma that students have. Could be a sound, could be a smell. The other day I called my student down to the office, and it was the first time for me to get him from junior high, and he came out and said, am I in trouble? Because he had never been called to the office before, and in his country you would only go to the office if you were in big trouble. So there is a video I'd love to share with you guys, but since I'm past the 3-minute mark, I guess I can't. But it's really amazing because it's about the importance of EL strategies.
I think we can be more flexible because after your session, it'll be Jim, continue with the Q&A, and then it'll merge into our social.
This is 3 minutes long, and then I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. But I do want to leave this with you because it really shows what a student, most of you have probably seen this video already, but I'm sure there's a number of you that haven't, so I would like to share it. Make sure the volume is loud enough. An ad, of course. Mama, you were supposed to edit the ad. What's this?
We thought it's this one, actually.
You guys, we have testing all week this week and next week. The tests are going to be hard, but that's all right because we're going to try really hard. Isn't that right, Cameron? Yes, Miss Keith. Okay, great. Everyone listen up. So we're going to work all weekend from the answer, the information in the story, okay? We're going to go ahead and factual tests and try the active test. Test your tests. We're going to page, go to B. First on page 3.
¿Qué dijo? ¿A poco iba a empezar el examen? No, es una práctica.
We're going to take notes from the story and we're going to turn it into a math problem and we're going to walk through it together, okay? So the boy ran 3 blocks. So everyone write 3 blocks. How long did it take him to run 3 blocks? Michelle?
6 minutes.
Very good, 6 minutes. All right, so then we are doing 3 blocks and 6 minutes,
¿Por qué
right?
niño corre con los bloques? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué niño corre con los bloques? No, por las calles.
People want to ask us, how long will it take him to run 20 blocks? What do we do? How many minutes is that per block?
8 minutes.
Try to remember to raise your hand if you want to answer, okay? No, it's not 8 minutes. Michelle?
18 minutes?
Nope, not 18 minutes. Yes, Enrique?
40?
She's looking at his
40, yeah, very good. How'd you get 40?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, 40 is the right answer. How did you get it?
I forgot.
You forgot. Okay. Does anyone know how we get 40? Yes, Moises. Yep, that's right. Very good. Great. Can you tell us how you got that?
40?
Yep, very good. But can you explain to the class what you did here, how you got that?
40?
Okay, all right, you guys said that. Joe, do you want to lose your recess?
No.
Okay then.
take a walk with me? I don't want you to worry about the test, okay, Moisés?
Sí, estoy preocupada sobre el examen. La directora Rosa dijo que todavía tenemos que hacer.
Just try your best, okay? Do you understand? Not importante.
Sí, sí es importante.
You're right, Moisés, it is important.
So that just gave you an idea, and I'm just going to leave it with you about how he was feeling in that situation, because sometimes it's really hard for any teacher to place themselves in the situation of EAL without learning. I remember I had a friend who said, "Oh, I know exactly what my EAL students feel like. Yeah, when I was 18, I went to Quebec and I studied French for 6 weeks," and I thought, not the same thing. But I did have one little girl in St. Andrews tell me once, "I kind of know how those immigrants feel. When I came in from Port aux Basques to St. John's for the first time, it was something different." And I thought, yeah, I guess it is, right? But anyway, I'm going to leave that with you, but I have lots of other stories to tell if anyone is interested. Anyway, remember during the pandemic when we used to ask people, which cat are you? How are you feeling? How are y'all feeling? Like, is you grumpy, the two grumpy guys, Kermit or Miss Piggy, right? Remember when we used to do that during COVID? Okay. Anyway, very nice to meet all of you today. I'm going to coach.
Thank you very much, Tina. We all enjoy your interesting talk. And unfortunately, we could not have Dr. Scott Johnson for the next talk, so we're going to continue with the question part with Dr. Cummings for 50 minutes.
Tina, you're a tough act to follow.
Yeah. I thought you were tough.
So if anybody has other questions, the floor is open. Let me just actually say something to follow up what you said. One of the things that I think has been shown by research is when we're looking at testing, you've got students who are learning English, they're learning content through English, so they've got some of that vocabulary down in English. But their first language is also there, but typically as English goes up, often the first language is going down. And so what works best, rather than a separate test in, say, Spanish or whatever the language is if the student has both languages there. And so, and math problems are really tough because it's a whole new language. And so they'll go back and forth, they'll kind of reprocess in one language what they're not getting in the other. So that's better than having the two languages separate.
Yeah, just letting you know that that is a longer video, that's 12 minutes, and that's what the teacher does. She goes down and she gets the tests in Spanish for him, and that's what they do. So,
yeah.
Yeah, there's a longer version of that.
Great. Okay, anything that anybody else wants to bring up, not just to me, but to anybody, like just open it up for discussion. Yeah, Tina.
So we had our list of 7 strategies. What's missing? Like that's, so we got a lot from your presentation this morning. So we're new coaches in this job, EAL coaches, so we're really happy for everything you shared today. And now we're gonna go take it home and process it and things.
Well, obviously, when Suzanne was talking with her 10 things to do or think about doing, you know, I think one thing you could do is take a look at the 7 strategies that you came up with, the 10 that Suzanne came up with, and then I had sort of 6 kind of major things that we keep in mind. And there's obviously a lot of overlap in there, like comprehensible input is the same as scaffolding instruction. But I think, and a lot of the issues that Suzanne talked about and you talked about in terms of making students feel welcome is an issue of identity. And if you go back to what Tomer, the boy who's from Israel, who wrote the dual language book, and there's lots of examples of that. One of the things he says is when you don't know the language, you feel like a baby, it makes you feel like a baby. Not too many 11-year-old boys or girls feel like that. That's an identity statement.
One thing I wanted to do in my presentation, and a teacher here at Ling vetoed it, and he's not here today, but I was thinking, I wanted to say, try to introduce yourself, but don't use the letters N and T, right? And just think about that, like, I am No, I'm a girl, you know, and how hard that is. But the reason I mentioned that is there's lots of good ideas about second language helping students. For example, one teacher I had, she contacted this Ukrainian mom and she said, your son was talking about how he swims. Can you send me some pictures that you have on your phone of the Ukraine? And this teacher downloaded these pictures and then he started labeling them and then writing stories about himself and sharing it with his class. Like, you can start small. It doesn't have to be a whole book.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned technology, and we can use that as a way of kind of working with students to bring some of their cultural values and experiences into the classroom. I'm sure if one were to go to YouTube, you find all kinds of videos with Ukrainian dancing in there, the costumes that are there, and then potentially have the students from Ukraine who are in the class explain if they've had those kinds of experiences or what those costumes mean or where they come from, and then other students can do the same kind of thing. It's and again, we can do all kinds of kind of cross-curricular reinforcement here. If you're talking about, say, a student from Ukraine showing a YouTube video that expresses aspects of his or her culture that's relevant, you could have the student from Afghanistan or Japan or Spain or wherever do the same thing and have maybe 2 or 3 students a week do that. And then you've got the map of the world or the globe up there. We point out where these countries are. And so world geography may not be something that we do until grade 6 or grade 7 or grade 8, but grade 1 students will know exactly where Bangladesh is or Sri Lanka is because one of the friends that they play soccer with after school comes from there. So if we personalize the experiences and bring, it's not up to us to bring kids' experiences into class, but to open the door so that they can bring their experiences in. We can do a lot more, and that can also involve parents who can come in and demonstrate costumes that they might wear or all kinds of stuff. So there's a lot that we tend to focus on the challenges, but there's a lot of opportunities there too.
And I think that ties in really closely to my student population. I work with students with significant educational gaps, like Suzanne.
Yeah.
And so it's sometimes really challenging for the teachers that are working with these kids to understand they can't read in Arabic or in Sigura, so they don't have that first language literacy, but they still have a lot that they could do in the classroom. So teachers are saying, well, I'll just translate it into Arabic. They can't read Arabic, so that bridge is really challenging, to give them a place where they cannot feel like babies and find literature that they can read that's not with little kids with pigtails, and to be able to really show all the, because they have huge skill set, like they're intelligent and they've got knowledge of the world, but finding a place within that whole school where they can profile that is sometimes really challenging for like that whole school approach. And then we were doing a good job, and then all your staff changes, so then you kind of got to start over because it's a challenge for sure.
And if we do a little bit of research, and I think Suzanne emphasized this also in terms of using the CIA as a friend, but if you look at, if we familiarize ourselves a little bit with the history of some of the newcomer cultures that are coming in, and share with students and their parents, because they may not know this, that the Arabic-speaking cultures in the Middle Ages were way in advance in terms of cultural knowledge compared to many other cultures around the world. And there's a book written about how European culture was basically preserved through the so-called Dark Ages by Arabic scholars. It's one of those books. I think there were several of them. The one that I'm most familiar with, obviously, is How the Irish Saved Civilization. but there's other, the same kind of one is written. but there's, those, sharing that with students, doing a little bit of digging, and we'll find YouTube resources for that. Having students maybe watch it at home and then do a little bit of research themselves, and then they come in maybe with their parents or a group of them do research and they make a presentation to the class. It's it's not that difficult with the technology that we've got right now to find all kinds of resources that can affirm students' cultures, identities, etc. Okay, I've been cut off, sorry. Yeah, Dan.
So I became a teacher many years ago because of an encounter with an amazing educator and writer from New Zealand named Sylvia Ashton Warner. And her very first book, Teacher, which is printed many years ago, tells the story of how she taught Maori children to read in her native New Zealand by asking them a series of simple questions. She called it key vocabulary. And the questions were, who do you love? What are you afraid of? What's your name? What's your real name? Etc. And she would take their answers and print them out on cards. And she said she could take a handful of these cards with 20 students, throw them on the floor and say, find your words. And they would find those words because they had such emotional relevance to them as individuals. So the lesson that I take from that is that we should not be afraid to bring emotion and emotional values into the classroom. And I'll share one little story. I was teaching in the Gulf Islands of BC. I had 12 kids in the school, in a school that was about to be renovated, crammed into the principal's daughter's what had been the bedroom. And I had this one very bright young girl who was a real troublemaker. She was entirely too smart. She would talk when she wasn't supposed to talk. It finally got to be too much. And the day that she brought me back her spelling work and said, I don't want to do this anymore. I said, Autumn, it's your work, you have to do it. And she said, fine, and she stormed out and almost went off the school grounds. The kids came back to me, it was lunchtime, they said, Autumn's outside the school. I said, well, tell her she has to either go home or come here, and if she goes home, she's going to have to come back with her parents. So she slunk back in, and the day was over. They were all hanging around the door to see what kind of trouble she'd get into. And I said, come on in, Autumn. And she came in and she moved the chair into the very corner of the classroom and sat facing the corner. So I got a chair and I sat down beside her and I thought about it. And finally I said to her, because I knew her parents, I said, it's really hard when your parents are breaking up, isn't it? And she started to cry and I started to cry and I said to her, Autumn, listen, here's the thing. This year you're so smart, I will not give you lower than a B in anything. And if you want to do the work, you do the work. If you don't, you don't. If you need to go outside in the playground or go home, you just tell me. As long as I know where you are, that's it. She said, really? I said, yeah. Can I go now? She said. I said, yeah. And then immediately I was berating myself. Over. And I, no, I just gave her some slack in the middle of a really tough year. She came in the next day with a big smile on her face. She sailed through it. She did all her work. She handed over the main part in the play that had been written to her best friend. It was like an amazing year for her. So that's my touchstone. Pay attention to emotion. Say yes to emotion in the classroom because it's something we all share, right? It's a place you can connect, regardless of what culture you come from. That's all.
I think that illustrates something that I think was implicit in everything that Suzanne and Tina were saying, and that's the fact that teachers have got to see themselves as learners. Because if teachers are not learning a lot from their students, it's probable that their students are not learning a lot from them. And
I've done so many stupid, thoughtless things over the years. I could go on for hours, but at least that one time you did right. You did the right thing. Yeah.
The English district has adopted the deep learning model and invested quite a bit into it. And I'm always, I guess, curious, or I'd like to hear your thoughts on the intersection between the education of English language learners, especially any with gaps in first language literacy, and the deep learning model.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with the deep learning model. I assume it's sort of an inquiry-based
yes,
model.
It's very much project-based, and sort of higher order, and it's Michael Fullen.
Yeah. No, it's like basically that kind of orientation where students are generating knowledge rather than just being passively receiving knowledge. That makes a huge amount of sense because all the information is out there. What we need to do is get deeper into that information so we understand it, can look at it from different perspectives, etc. It also gives flexibility so that we're not judging students by kind of set criteria, exams, where inevitably the newcomer students, students who are learning English, are going to be behind, and every time they get reports back, they're being told how inferior they are. If we're oriented towards project-based learning, and they're working in groups and creating PowerPoints with their inquiry into it, they can showcase their multilingual skills, they can showcase their experience. They may not be able to contribute a huge amount in terms of group discussion if they're still learning the language, but that group discussion has given them a lot of input in terms of learning it. And they can bring their perspectives in, particularly if there's a student who speaks their language within the group who's more advanced in English. So I think there's a huge plus side to the whole notion of deep learning, inquiry-based learning, project-based learning. At the same time, students, this shouldn't devolve into just a kind of total student-centered work where there's no guidance, there's no kind of clear, I think Suzanne used the term succinct and concise information. Students need the information. They need to have certain things demystified for them, for example, how language works. We need to take opportunities to point out how language is working in particular ways. For most kids, when they're learning how to read, some explicit phonics teaching is going to be necessary to get them on the road, and then they need a kind of a rich literature background, a lot of read alouds, a lot of dramatization of the stories as well as that. So it's a both and. So there's no contradiction between sort of an explicit teacher-led orientation to teaching that is very much compatible and complemented by student-directed learning. The colleagues of mine in Toronto, and I coined the term identity texts to talk about the kind of dual language book. It doesn't have to be a dual language book, but any kind of creative work that students do in the classroom that is then shared with a broader audience. And so that students invest their identities in creating these like artifacts. It could be anything. It could be a story they write. It could be a dual language story they write. It could be a project, a science project. It could be a video they put together. It could be music CD they put together. Anything, any artifact that they create, either individually or collectively, where they invest their identities into creating that. And once that's out there, once it's out there as a book or as something on a web page, and shared with multiple audiences, their parents, their teachers, their peers, distant classes, then it holds a mirror up to students in which their identities are reflected back in a positive light. And what that does, as all of us know, is it generates increased engagement. It fuels increased engagement. And so there's got to be space in the curriculum for students to do powerful things with language. And that should be happening. That should be our orientation from the day the student walks into the classroom. Whether or not they speak no English or minimal English, they're still as intellectually capable as any other student. But it's pretty hard in classrooms that have not had the, or in schools that have not had the professional development that all of us would want, to change that mindset, because some of the common sense ideas that we've got and some of our prejudices about language are operating there. And so what do I do with this child who doesn't speak English is kind of a plea for help. But there's lots of anecdotal reports from students about what happens to them. Like as Tomer said, we can't just sit in our hands doing nothing, but unfortunately a lot of kids have sat in their hands doing nothing. But that notion of doing powerful things with language, that's not a problem if we open the classroom space, the instructional space to other languages rather than just confining it to English. If we confine it to English, we're certainly creating deficits amongst students who don't know any English. Some students are very resilient, they learn the language, they'll get over it, particularly if they have support from home, if their first language is well developed. But a lot of other kids need much more support, and if we can open up the space so that they can express their intelligence, their creativity through their first language, which they have command of at this point, they're going to do much better. And they'll transfer that confidence and competence to English over time. So, you know, it's not, from one point of view, it's not that complex. I think what all of us have said, what Tina said, what Suzanne said, what, you know, what we've all talked about is our strategies that basically say, let's give students every chance to succeed. That means meeting them effectively, welcoming them, creating a culture of support within the classroom where if a newcomer child comes in or student comes in the middle of the year, well, what do we do? What would, if we were in that situation in our classroom, when we talk to our class, what would we want to happen to us if we were in that situation? We're coming in, no friends, don't speak the language, have been coming from kind of difficult situations. What would we want to happen? And so you bring the other students in there as problem solvers. And that, you know, helping, I think, again, Suzanne mentioned, you know, we take the load off ourselves if we are not the only person who's making decisions here. And if we open it up and have discussion amongst our students about what can we do as a school community, as a classroom community. And a lot of good things can happen there. And the students who are in the classroom right now, speak English or on their way to speaking English relatively well, are going to learn a lot from this newcomer student that's coming in if we create that environment. Any other comments, questions, issues?
I was just, any other questions from the audience? Well, okay, Tina,
I just want to say, I think that we got to look at what teachers are doing right too. And when we go in as coaches or whatever, when we're helping, you know, there's a lot of teachers that are doing some awesome things in their classroom.
Absolutely. And I think we, you know, as a community within school boards or provinces, showcase some of what's really good.
That, yeah.
Again, let me just mention something that I think I mentioned briefly early on. There's a movement, a relatively recent movement, that has come up with a brilliant name for what we're doing, or what they're trying to do, the language-friendly school. And so who wants to be in a school that's not language-friendly or language-unfriendly? And this is, it's kind of, schools can join on a voluntary basis. The kind of entry criteria are minimal, except basically that you try to bring the languages, welcome students' languages into the school. There's some great examples there of schools who have shared their experience. And so it's non-threatening, and I think it can help change our perspective in terms of what's possible, so that rather than seeing the multilingual reality of our classroom as something that is threatening, difficult, stressful, we see it as an opportunity. And it's really, once we kind of change the perspective, turn that coin around, look at the reality from a different perspective, it's not that difficult to begin to move in that direction. So languagefriendlyschool.org,
yeah.
It's worth checking out.
Definitely. Again.
So I just have one last comment here. I really appreciate, Jim, you mentioned reiterated the importance of first language and first culture in assisting learning additional languages and cultures, right? So sometimes additional language learners are, I would say many, too often are judged by their competence in the language they are learning, right? People see them stumble and, get stuck and they don't understand the language. So their competence and their intelligence is kind of automatically downgraded, right, by others, saying, oh, this person probably not so smart, right?
Yeah.
But it's not true, right? As teachers, we know it's not true, but then in a lot of social situations and people having trouble with the language they're learning are judged by the competence in that language, right? So.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen just to non-native speakers. Mm-hmm. Let me just end with a little anecdote that I experienced quite a few years ago. I was giving a talk, I think this was late 80s, I was giving a talk in an international school in Vienna. It was one of the early conferences of the International Schools Association. And the organizer of the conference told me this after I'd finished speaking, but he was sitting beside a woman who turned around to him after I'd started speaking and said, "Where's he from?" because she couldn't place my accent. And the organizer said, "Oh, he's Irish." And someone said, "Oh, I thought he had a speech defect," which shows how easy it is. And certainly the speakers of Glaswegian English or Belfast English or Dublin English or Newfoundland English are just as competent as the speakers of the Queen's English. We just may not communicate with the right people.
You know, Jim, before I came here, right, at my job interview, the committee actually asked me, right, Newfoundland English is different from the Canadian English, right? And how do you feel about it? I said, wow, as a linguist, you know, I'd love to have an opportunity to hear a different dialect, right? It's so interesting. And so I remember when I first came here, I captured all the differences in pronunciation. I thought, wow, this is fascinating, so interesting, right? Yeah.
Well, I guess we come to the end of our conference, and as we reach the first day of our conference, TEAL conference, I would like to thank all of you for coming here. We're glad that we see all the faces back after 3 years of doing everything online. We're going to follow up our sessions tomorrow from 9:30 to 4 p.m. Actually, those sessions are going to be virtual. We would like to have you there as well. And thank you very much to all the presenters and the audience.
Before people disappear, yes.
Yeah, so just wondering if you would like to have a group photo, so please come here. And by the way, our photographer is one of the newcomers who joined our school last year, and he's from Syria. He came here in 2021, I think, and he had a photo exhibit in City Hall last summer.
Oh, wow. And what's his name?
Saeed Awad. So thank you.